Okay, thank you. Good morning, labrīt, for all of you who have gathered here on the last day of the conference. And it is my great pleasure to chair the second plenary lecture of this conference. So I am very honored to be able to invite Sanita Reinsone here to give her plenary lecture. And I think Sanita needs no introduction, but just in case you didn't know all her achievements, she is the head of the Digital Humanities Group at the Institute of Latvian Literature, Folklore and Art of the University of Latvia. And she is also an initiator of many, many projects, international projects, also as national projects, and her field of interest is autobiographical and folk narrative studies, and digital humanities, and cultural heritage. So, Sanita, it's my great pleasure to give the mic to you, and good luck.
Good morning, everyone. It's so nice to see you in such an early morning. And generally, yes, it's a great pleasure also to address you on a topic that's very relevant for me for the last 10 years. And okay, the presentation is there. And yes, this is Folklore Archives and Public Engagement and Collaboration. The Archives of Latvian Folklore was founded, as we know, 100 years ago. And like many other folklore archives in the Baltic and Nordic regions and beyond, public engagement has been quite a foundational aspect of our work. And although there was a long period in the 20th century in which relationships with contributors were interrupted or carefully looked after for within the Soviet-occupied Baltic states, this dimension still has remained and continued to thrive. In a way, we can view folklore archives as a long-term citizen science projects, as they were typically established by archivists/researchers, as we are, and who had their specific research goals and theories and ideas driving their needs for such archives. And in this sense, this underlying approach has remained largely actually the same. I thank Marina for opening keynote, which provided a broader conceptual framework for understanding folklore archives as living archives and highlighting their mission to create a meaningful connections with communities they represent. And I also thank many of you over these 2 days for showcasing the very diverse and expansive role, practices, and forms of collaboration within folklore archives. Yeah, but the emergence of digital technologies has kind of redefined the way cultural institutions engage with the public and prompting what many scholars term a participatory turn in heritage practices. And as it's put by Bonnet and Negrier, that participative turn is a complex and context-dependent, influenced by technology and social change, and involves various levels and types of public engagement across different cultural policy paradigms. In recent decades, we have seen appearing calls for new approaches in all major heritage fields, new librarianship, new museology, and archival approaches. Could we say that within this landscape, folklore archives occupy a distinctive role, as their traditions of community involvement and cultural documentation have historically fostered a particularly intense collaboration between contributors and archivists/researchers. Unlike other heritage institutions now adopting, or for a longer term, participatory practices, folklore archives, as we have also heard these conference days, have long been vibrant centers of interconnected networks encompassing common people as cultural bearers, tradition keepers, storytellers, collectors, and community participants who actively shape the content, context, and significance of the collections. Sure, folklore archives do more than store information. They foster living exchange, where the contributions of diverse voices continually deepen and enrich cultural knowledge. And this enduring participatory foundation sustains its dynamic evolution also in the digital age. However, this digital era brings new dimensions to this relationship, amplifying both opportunities and also challenges of participation. But generally, it all looks quite good. Digital tools allow folklore archives to expand their engagement with communities even more, transforming how communities can interact with their own archival materials and contribute to the collections. And on Tuesday, Ieva Weaver presented one such effort. Participation is no longer limited by physical proximity or institutional schedules. Instead, people can engage from any location at any time, contributing new knowledge, personal interpretations, and etc. Through online platforms, participants are welcome to engage in different types of activities. It is already argued that this model not only democratizes access to cultural heritage, but also creates continuous layered dialogue between the archive and its users, where collections grow richer and gain additional significance through being used and reused. However, there are a few other sides of digital participation. Firstly, although we often speak of democratization as ensuring that digital archives are accessible to everyone online, in reality, reaching beyond established networks and our bubbles, how to say it, to connect with those who may lack computer or internet access is neither straightforward, not easily achieved. And this challenge, of course, is not unique in the digital era alone. One could even imagine an entire conference dedicated to exploring issues of representativity of folklore archives, how we do represent those communities actually. And secondly, another aspect of digital participation is the extensive groundwork it demands. Creating a functional, interactive, accessible digital archive involves much more than simply scanning manuscripts and uploading collections. It requires years of digitization work, meticulous item-level metadata creation, and ongoing technological development and maintenance. And this behind-the-scenes effort frames digital participation as a part of a broader, sustained long-term commitment. The Archives of Latvian Folklore has spent approximately 25 years digitizing its collections, and we are very pleased to have completed the digitization of historical manuscripts this year, a process that alone took over a decade. Now we can proudly say that active digitization phase is complete and focused on shifting fully to the next stage, which is creating item-level metadata. Given our current resources and technical solutions, this could take another 25 years. However, this doesn't seem so daunting as it sounds, as looking back 25 years reveals how much technology has evolved. We are quite confident that further advancements most likely might continue speed up also this process. But generally, our digital participatory archive, Garamantas, and the public's growing interest in folklore collections have been quite a key motivators, driving us to make our digitization efforts both continuous and as extensive as possible. About 2 months ago, at the University of Bergen, the Norwegian digital folklore archive Samla was proudly launched, setting a new standard for what a modern digital folklore archive could look like and how it should develop. The Samla Digital Archive contains collections from Norway's 3 largest folklore archives, and this project reflects a thorough approach, examining first how others work, recognizing both successes, challenges, and also mistakes of others, exploring the best and most efficient solutions, and aiming to create a framework that will facilitate future connections with similar resources. It also strives to move beyond institutional and national boundaries. For 5 years, we had an opportunity to follow Samla's ambitious journey, a collaboration involving researchers, archivists, developers from Norway, Sweden, and the United States. However, as archives embrace digital interaction, archivists/researchers are stepping and having many new roles beyond collecting and collection management. They are now not only collectors and experts of collections, but they are also communicators and social media navigators. They actively connect with the public, build relationships through multiple media channels, and curate online experiences that invite meaningful community participation. Designing these experiences requires a skill set that blends subject knowledge with technical knowledge, with creative, people-centered approaches in communication, allowing archives to engage audiences in ways that resonates with contemporary society. You might say, yes, but communication that's what professionals are for. That's true, and I'm happy to learn that some folklore archives, also represented here, indeed have a communications team. That's great. However, for many others, a folklore archivist or researcher tends to handle many of these tasks, as short-term projects which funds those activities are not a sufficient basis to hire and retain dedicated communications team and who are also knowledgeable in the field, because general communication is not like what we are looking for. So the role of archivists, however, within this digital participatory model is evolving even further. And as already Marina mentioned, traditionally seen as custodians, archivists are increasingly becoming facilitators and collaborators, fostering spaces where communities can shape how their cultural narratives are represented and interpreted. And this shift requires archivists to navigate a more reciprocal relationship with contributors where authority and expertise are rather shared than solely vested within the institution. In doing so, folklore archives align with this broader contemporary perspective on archiving, which emphasize archives as living collections that adapt and respond to the needs of the communities they serve and engage with. All right, but how exactly have folklore archives managed to harness technology to enhance collaboration with the public and its various groups? I will illustrate this with several case studies and examples, focusing primarily on the experience of the archives of Latvian folklore. But to provide context, I need to go back 10 years ago, which is 2014, when the Archives of Latvian Folklore celebrated its 19th anniversary. We had been preparing for this day for over a year, enthusiastically, almost voluntarily, working to develop a new digital resource, which was launched in December of 2014, the Digital Archives of Latvian Folklore Garamantas. And this resource was critically needed, primarily because we had recently begun digitizing our manuscript collections, but still missed a digital platform to make these digitized collections publicly accessible. That was our primary idea and motivation. We were quite driven by enthusiasm and a passion for the project, even without an adequate funding. Fortunately, we initially received support from a private philanthropist and entrepreneur, Ainars Brūvelis, who envisioned cultural heritage digital resources and their potential in ways that were broader and more forward-thinking than we could fully appreciate, actually, at that time. His vision for the digital archive was not just for people to access the material, but to actively participate in the archive itself. So this vision ultimately merged with our own ideas on how such participation could unfold. And now, looking back on these years, 10 years, I realized that we weren't quite prepared, or rather we hadn't anticipated how profoundly the digital archive would transform our practices, roles, and functions. And generally similar transformations have been experienced also by other folklore archives that have developed participatory digital resources, whether comprehensive digital platforms or those focused on specific collections, genres, or similarly. And all of this reminds us again and again that folklore collections are meaningful and important, not only to researchers and archivists, but also to many others. And these meanings can vary, and sometimes, because of the dynamics of digital shift, in directions we cannot foresee ourselves or anticipate. Although we began participation practices in 2014, they became a focused area of activity and research in 2016 when the Digital Humanities Group was established at the Institute of Literature, Folklore and Art, a group I had an honor of leading until the end of this year. Overall, when we look at the broader landscape, digital participation initiatives can be grouped in three main areas, of course questionable. First, this is knowledge exchange, help us to research, contextualize, write what you know, share with us your experience. And then there's this creative interaction, as we often call it, creative response initiatives, inviting to create and recreate, discover, or read aloud, or play with something. And thirdly, content transformation from one format to another, which sometimes are quite technical. However, they might seem technical. In essence, they are not, but I will speak about this a bit later. We have experimented with all three of these kinds and somehow developed further, not only within the folklore archives, but across the entire institute, which involves also literary scholars, art scholars, environmental humanists, and others. And this also inspired us to create a dedicated platform linked to Garamantas, specifically for digital participation initiatives. We called it Iesaisties LV, which is Get Engaged. And this year it received an honorary mention from the European Citizen Science Award, which we are actually very proud of. All right. So, but one of the forms, as I mentioned, of public engagement that folklore archives have successfulely or fully transferred to the digital environment is online collecting. We heard a paper on this yesterday by Marion from Finland. The SKS archives have maintained a network of correspondence for over 90 years. This indeed is a remarkable achievement. A prime example of such initiatives is also Minner, created by the Nordic Ethnology Research Group and led by Odin Qs. However, similar platforms or individual projects have also been developed by other folklore archives. The Archives of Latvian Folklore created the Archives Ask platform, which is linked and synchronized with the digital archives Garamantas. And several research projects have contributed with material collecting in this way, resulting in a set of questions primarily focused on holiday celebrations, but also covering other topics such as city stories, information on the folklore movement in Latvia, which was collected in Ieva's Weaver project. But differently from other archives, the Archives of Latvian Folklore had never established a correspondence network in 2030s and also afterwards. So this was and still is a new experience for us. And we are very happy to learn from other archives' experience and being very impressed about the results. However, the most unique survey was undoubtedly this latest one, titled Happy Birthday, as it was launched simultaneously by 4 archives in different countries: the Norwegian Ethnology Research, the Archives of Latvian Folklore, Institute of Language and Folklore in Sweden, and the Finnish Literature Society. Actually, this is what we as the folklore archives community should practice more. We have tools, we have common interests, we just need to agree on how, when, and what. Working more closely together, not only sharing our experience, how we do this in our country, but also undertaking joint initiatives. They do not require much funding. Actually, if we have background tools, it's just but the material we collect, multilingual collections across borders, that's awesome material also for research. In the context of knowledge sharing, the pandemic diary collection campaign was particularly significant and also a new area for us. We launched it a couple of days after the global pandemic was declared, and at this time we chose not to use any ready-made platform. Instead, we invited the public to document their experiences in whatever way was more convenient for them, by hand, by computer, via social media, tagging us, or sharing even a Google document. Although this flexible approach required more human resources from us, it was well worth the effort as it resulted in an extensive and valuable collection of pandemic diaries, which is publicly accessible. That was the design of the project, that these are public diaries. It's being quite used in research, but for us it was a crowdsourcing campaign with a record short preparation time within just 3 days. And it was made possible by our accumulated experience in how to organize national-wide campaigns, and also because of a solid infrastructure we had, namely the digital archive Garamantas. The approach we used for Pandemic Diaries initiative was a dynamic archiving, which means that diaries submitted new entries every day, and almost at the same time we archived them and made public, so as quickly as possible. So this meant that pandemic diaries could be read and shared with minimal delay, allowing readers to follow the diarist's experiences like in a serialized narrative form. And also, authors also were able to share their writings on social media, which many of them did. And generally, this process fostered a stronger sense of community and the feeling of we are in the same boat at the beginning of pandemic when everything was so unclear and frightening, and also encouraged others to join this initiative and write their own diaries. But this is a part of, you can see some results of how it looks like online, enriched with photos and also creating narrative maps. But generally, this is a part of a broader initiative called Autobiography Collection, launched in 2018 as a special sub-collection at the Archives of Latvian Folklore. It is centered on public participation, curated through public calls, inviting everyone to share materials in their possession, assist in contextualizing the submitted collections, and contribute to transcription and digitizing efforts. With hundreds of authors and contributors involved, it serves quite a good example of collection building by combining digitally enabled and traditional approaches, adapting to context and current conditions. However, the most crucial factor enabling, again, such a project is a strong technological foundation that we have. We just do not have to care where, how, etc. It's been there at Garamantas we can use. Creative response initiatives are quite a promising area that we have only just begun to explore. However, the initial results and public engagement have been quite encouraging, and it's very joyful to carry out them. I would like to highlight 2 such initiatives. One of them is campaign referencing to popular culture, Sing with the Archive, which Ieva briefly also mentioned on Tuesday. This initiative had 2 main goals. Firstly, to bring historical archive recordings into the present, allowing people to experience the sound of these recordings, and secondly, to spark interest in engaging with them by singing along or, creating new interpretations. And the recordings shared by participants can be listened to on this platform, Sing with the Archive. And they also are synchronized with the digital archive Garamantas, where they are linked to the original items as new interpretations. We have also gained a valuable experience by taking our first steps in developing educational games. Folksong Puzzle was created by the Archives Folksong team under the lead of Ginta Perl-Sile, and this certainly is an area we could continue to expand further. In any case, what we have learned is that the number of participants in creative response, crowdsourcing, and other types is directly linked to the extent of the campaign's visibility on national TV, radio, major online media outlets. To ensure engagement, we cannot overlook this importance of this level of communication. And the third form of participation, which I somewhat loosely refer to as technical task of content transformation, is the one we have been engaged in the longest, and it's also focused of my own research. Crowdsourced manuscript transcription involving volunteers. Yes, it has been increasingly integral part of many archives nowadays. And this approach has been essential as institutional capacity is rarely sufficient for staff alone to complete the tasks of handwriting transcripts. But in discussing public engagement, it's also important to highlight the continuous advancement in technology. And a current trend involves integrating AI-powered handwriting transcription tools like Transcribus into archival workflows, allowing also for creation of custom trained models. And at the Archives of Latvian Folklore, we have used this tool, and several complicated collections have been transcribed. However, and as far as I know, there are several folklore archives that use Transcribus in a more targeted way, and it's really becoming quite a thing and game changer with impressive results. However, returning to the human element, folklore archives have successfully and actively employed crowdsourcing methodology in manuscript transcription, and they continue to do so. We know that long-term manuscript transcription crowdsourcing campaigns have been running with good results in Ireland, like Duhas Meithel, curated by the National Folklore Collection, and in Sweden on Folke platform, managed by the Institute of Language and Folklore in Gothenburg, as well as in Latvia. And if you know more folklore archives who are doing this human crowdsourcing of manuscript transcription, I'll be happy if you could share it with me. Manuscript transcription facility is integrated into the digital archive Garamantas, but to highlight this essential function, our approach has been to create a dedicated platform specifically intended for manuscript transcription. And over the past 10 years, we have launched 3 such platforms, each connected to a special campaign. And the most recent one is the one below. It was launched in September this year. To mark the archives, to remind people that archives celebrating 100 years, and it's very important to have those manuscripts transcribed. However, transcriptions can also be done directly on Garamantas, and many volunteers choose to work there. Yes, we are still amazed by the high demand for manuscript transcription. Activity on the platform is nearly constant, not only during the peak moments of specific campaigns, but truly ongoing all the time. And the same can be said of the folklore archives in Ireland and Sweden, where transcription activity has exceeded initial expectations. And we are also diligent about tracking these efforts. Since 2016, we have been documenting this process, counting characters transcribed, words, files, and even the hours dedicated to transcription. And over the past 8 years, activity levels have fluctuated somewhat, but have consistently remained high. As of yesterday's data, after 8 years, we have approached a total of 74,000 hours spent transcribing manuscripts on the digital platform of the Archives of Latvian Folklore. But what those 74 hours mean? It equates to 3,163 days or 8.5 years that our volunteers have dedicated to this precious work. This indeed is an extraordinary amount of time. However, behind those hours stand real individuals with diverse life experiences, diverse motivations, and diverse daily routines. The transcribed characters, in turn, translate into folk legends, folk tales, folk songs, life stories, diaries, as well as traditions, beliefs, proverbs, charms, and riddles. Those are 8 years filled with folklore, reading and transcribing it, discovering it, and learning new information along the way. We are conducting surveys quite regularly to understand our participants' profiles, motivations, to gather feedback on the digital platform to identify any needed improvements. This is always very insightful. However, I stopped seeing manuscript transcription as a technical process when I began interviewing our volunteers. And these were very slow life story interviews, with each taking a full day or even more. And through these conversations, I gained a nuanced view on how this activity fits into their lives, revealing a complex and layered picture. While the main motivations cited in online surveys usually focus on a desire to support digitization of cultural heritage, this is our mission as Latvians, nation building, etc., and an identity, the interviews uncover deeper factors pertaining to aging, loneliness, a wish to spend time more meaningfully at the days when people's active period of life is over, or a commitment to supporting their village or region's heritage. Similar insights are shared by curators of transcription projects also at Ireland's National Folklore Collection, as Johnny Dillon, who has also conducted interviews with volunteers, shared very similar observations in a recent conversation. And as Marion mentioned yesterday, responding to folklore archive surveys can be a therapeutic effect. This is what we actually see also here, but it is also already a daily habit and long-standing hobby for many of our volunteers. However, without delving into details of volunteer personalities, although they are indeed very fascinating and important, this time I would like to focus on community building and the role of folklore archives within it. Generally, one might get the impression that crowdsourcing activities of this kind just happen on their own. You just build a platform, people come and transcribe manuscripts. In a certain sense, of course, they do, but there is a constant effort behind the scenes. And one of it is a communication, as I already mentioned, and audience engagement. Large nationwide campaigns are among the most effective ways to bring a substantial number of people to the digital archive. Interviews, media stories on national television, radio, major online news portals. I cannot count how many we have did through this last 10 years. And to amplify this even further, we often bring in partners to help us spread the word, like UNESCO National Commission or similarly. Nevertheless, the bulk of the communication work still fails on the folklore archive itself. Secondly, we have always aimed to make folklore collections accessible, specifically in the locations where they originally originates, or recorded. And it's fairly clear that reaching these audiences is quite hard, challenging. So we've taken our efforts beyond the screen. For several years, we traveled around Latvia, organizing small, very small, larger workshops in both larger and smaller communities, sharing stories, their stories actually, demonstrating materials, encouraging for participation. However, our primary focus was to ensure that communities are aware what material of their own is digitized and available. But if large-scale national campaigns can spark initial interest, maintaining that interest is more challenging. Over the years, thousands of people have participated in our transcription efforts, quite a remarkable number for Latvia. However, the proportion of those who stay and continue is relatively small. In the Archives of Latvian Folklore, this core group consists of about 50 to 60 individuals. The latest campaign has brought in a few more, whom we can see now active in the digital archive almost every day. It's a stable yet slightly shifting community. And over these years, we have observed that volunteer transcribers have become increasingly professionalized, and the quality level within the community is very high. They have gained extensive knowledge about the folklore collections, about collectors, informants, the organization of the archive, and of course how digital archive operates and how to use it most effectively. Not only are the transcribed manuscripts a valuable result, but so is the deeply interested community of experts, as I like to call them, a tremendous benefit for the Archive of Latvian Folklore. We can truly say that our volunteers are our allies. These are people with whom we can discuss our collections on subject level. Definitely seek out for input before launching new projects or developing new initiatives. We engage with them in various ways, but meeting face-to-face proves especially rewarding. Not everyone, of course, prefers this or attends organized events. That's perfectly fine. However, in-person discussions are often very productive, and these meetings significantly strengthen the sense of community. Another trend we are seeing, which we hope to encourage further, is that our volunteers are becoming ambassadors for the digital archive and folklore collections. They sometimes organize their own events at their regional libraries or museums and are eager to participate in outreach activities such as giving media interviews. A particularly memorable event, which I would love to repeat or continue, was a slow co-working, hands-on workshop that I moderated together with one of our most active volunteers. It was a new format, partly because it ran all day, allowing for a slower and collaborative pace at a regional library involving local people. We worked together with locals, shared jokes, and through conversations, got to know the folklore collections, transcription principles and practice, and also get to know each other. And the presence of this volunteer expert, you can see us both smiling, so very excited after the event, I would say lent additional credibility and appeal to the workshop. I was quite struck by how at times his advice on approaches and techniques was more effective and easier to understand than my own, coming from like top. Building a community and maintaining regular communication with our collaborators is essential. Many folklore archives have established various traditions for doing so, and I know like Folklore Day or some awards, etc. However, the search for new and innovative formats is also necessary as society and collaboration methods continue to evolve. An inspiring event I had the honor of attending was the Folklore Archive Festival, organized a year ago by the Norwegian Ethnological Research Center, led by Audun Kjus. And the festival's name lent in a sense of celebration and festivity, yet a key part of the event was dedicated to engaging with digital volunteers, learning about their experiences and exchanging ideas on what they expect from the archive, how best to communicate and collaborate with volunteers, and what improvements could be made to the digital platform. An excellent additional effect of having collections digitally accessible and having a broad, interested community that cares about them is the emergence of new ways to reuse those materials, especially by volunteers. In interviews, I discovered that proverbs, jokes, songs, and other folklore items found in manuscripts are often copied into personal notebooks or shared within family or friends on WhatsApp or social media. Here you can see a very nice example to which I was pointed to by Fredrik Scott. One of the volunteers of the Swedish Folke platform transcribes one folklore item per day. Then they published this item on a dedicated Facebook page, adding an AI-generated illustration that resembles those of Old Legends book. And this page has attracted a high number of followers, more than 9,000, with me being one of them. I keep following, people like, people share, people comment on the content of those folktales and legends published this way. Somewhat similar example from Latvia involves one of our most active collaborators who developed a passion for folktales he transcribed from the digital archive and decided to read and record some of them. He became so captivated by this project that in the end he recorded more than 70 folk tales. And his idea was to narrate the tales in his own voice with a video showing a live fire to create like a cozy atmosphere. And he also sometimes adds some commentary to the folklore text, mentioning, for example, that this will be a humorous story, say something even Mr. Bean might act out or things like that. So these are just two examples of reuse that leverage social media, yet they are inspiring and help us to understand that added value of transcription as folklore texts interact with people's knowledge, creativity, and interests. But if you know similar or other examples, please let me know. I'll be ready to map them. But as I near the end of this presentation, I want to emphasize that engaging the public in long-term projects that become part of their lives and hold meaning for them brings also significant responsibility for folklore archives. While preparing this talk, I asked a few of our volunteers if in the case that the archive transitioned to AI tools and manual transcription was no longer necessary, would they be willing to adapt their involvement and help to improve the AI model by correcting errors in automatically recognized text. And here you can see one of their responses. Of course, we cannot expect that archives remain static and changing. Sooner or later, adjustments will be necessary, and integrating AI tools into archival workflows will become essential. However, it is the archive's responsibility to consider and care for its volunteer communities. And I would encourage also making decisions together, especially in areas where they have invested significantly and that holds particular importance for them. Another important aspect to reflect on, given the developments in folklore archives over the past decade, what we have seen is sustainability and ability to commit to long-term responsibilities. Many folklore archives operate under different conditions in terms of funding, decision-making, organizational structures, and new initiatives often arise not from the top-down directors, boards, but from the researchers starting on their own effort. This is also our case. What happens when a researcher interest wanes or they move to a different institution? What happens when short-term project funding ends and the institution itself is not prepared to support community building activities? What happens if the archive undergoes reorganization? And we have seen such cases in the last 10 years, quite many. What happens to volunteer communities when their involvement simply is no longer needed? When developing our participatory digital resource and working on long-term citizen science initiatives, it is essential to discuss among ourselves and have clarity in those questions. And these are not the only ones, of course. Folklore archives have skillfully built strong, trust-based long-term relationships with contributors. Although the collaboration is primarily digitally facilitated, which might give the impression that, like much on the internet, it is fast-paced, constantly changing, and this is how we work in the internet era. This is a different case. Volunteer communities represent not only a long-term asset, but also a long-term responsibility. But yeah, in the next decades and beyond, my wish for folklore archives is that we keep being sustainable and responsible spaces for co-created cultural knowledge and exchange. And I hope we will serve as a model for how digital technologies can enhance heritage work, not merely by preserving the past, but by actively engaging it with the present and shaping the future of cultural expression and meaning making. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sanita. It was basically, my mind now is buzzing with all the last 4 questions that you put out there and many more ideas that you have just shown us. But I think the audience have questions, so please. Okay, early morning, still thinking what to ask. So I go first. You mentioned that you have been going to regions to work with people in these smaller groups or larger groups, it depends. But what kind of practices do you apply in Riga? For example, do you also have these kind of meetings that involve, for example, senior citizens? Or how do you target special groups in larger cities, in a capital, for example?
Generally, we collaborate with libraries because we see that libraries are those centers, also in larger cities, that bring together people who are interested in cultural heritage. So this is one way. We haven't had like very targeted efforts in Riga to build like Riga's community, etc. But time by time, especially in COVID, we organize like online workshops, etc. But it is a bit different than going to regions, of course, and different purpose. But COVID taught us many things, and yeah. But generally through special events and libraries or museums inviting us. So.
Is there anything similar in Latvia, like third age university? We have these in Lithuania.
National Library of Latvia, where we are now, is having, I don't know how it's said, how it's correctly called, but it's like senior academia where seniors come. Yes, and we sometimes, we have joined sometimes them with information about our archives.
Yeah, because this is, in our case, is most fruitful audience to target.
Yeah, very responsible and productive.
Easy to engage also, in a sense. Okay, questions? Yeah, please.
Thank you very much. It was so interesting to hear about all the things that you have done. Very practical question.
Yes, sure.
How many there are you doing all this, and how many of you are archivist or folklore oriented versus how many are more technically oriented?
Oh, that's quite a hard question. I will need my colleagues to help me, but it depends on the project. I mean, for example, Pandemic Diary project was done by 3 people. It took full load for several months. We didn't expect that, etc. We cannot, if it's new, we cannot estimate how much it will take. And also the size of the team of the digital archive has been changing. At the beginning, where we started to establish things, it was larger. We involved many young students. They are now researchers at the archive. But yeah, our staff, I can, perhaps Sandis can answer this.
One full load position for only technical.
Yeah, but what we did since the very onset is that we tried and we managed to integrate work at digital archives in the researchers' own interest. I mean, we are interested to contribute to the digital archives because we can get better data, organized collections, etc. And also when we are writing a research project, we also having this thought that, we can do something with this. And then we have extra funding, we can add more people and so. But we are not very stable with funding, how to say. We have been lucky, though, and quite okay funded, but it's not that we can see the future, what's after 10 years is happening with us, because we are project-based research institution, not an established archive, and it's
Okay, more questions? Yeah.
Thank you so much. I know I'm not the only one that listened to you with sort of great joy in my heart. And I was a bit curious to ask about, because it seemed like many of the volunteers are a bit on the elderly side. And I was wondering to what degree you will also been focusing on schools. You mentioned you had developed these games, perhaps also to engage younger people, but also have you had any particular campaigns directed towards schools, and have you had feedback from teachers in sort of using archive material? And
we started the very first special transcription platform was especially for schools. It was a long time ago. The experience was interesting. It ran for 2 months or something. It was a competition between schools and between individual participants. It was an interesting experience, but kids are very creative also in cheating and stuff like that. And it became very hard to count those points because the activity was enormous. They worked during nights. Teachers called us and said, students are not coming to lessons and because they wanted to get this prize, which was coming to the National Library. It wasn't like a laptop or something. But generally, we, not specifically manuscript transcription, but we, of course, sometimes organize workshops, especially if they want to, but those other activities like Sing with the Archive, where musical schools engage and they listen and prepare new interpretations. Yes, games and pandemic diaries also was written by school kids, etc. We keep schools in the. We haven't, since this first campaign, we haven't like targeted specifically to them, but we communicate. We are open. They come to visiting archives, and we have things to offer, also through researcher nights and science communication events that we are actually participating in.
Thank you very much, Sanita, for sharing this wonderful work. It is a lot of joy. I'm echoing Suzanne. I have a quick comment and a question, but very abstract. It's a non-question, rather. The comment is, I was talking to Johnny Dillon from the National Folklore Collection, and he also said that they tried using different transcription tools to make materials more accessible, but the volunteers were absolutely not interested in interacting and editing, technical editing of the text, because, well, it's a totally different thing. My question is about motivation. You've invested so much in building this relationship with this community, and it's obvious how meaningful it is for these people. And I'm thinking if this is possible to translate into the context of non-tradition archives, because in a way, people probably feel ownership of this cultural heritage and belonging, and I'm thinking some abstract, important white dudes, doing something. Would I be interested in transcribing them or not? Just if something came up in your interviews, or just generally what you think about this.
I think yes, but also it would be more about cultural heritage. We can see very active family genealogist groups. They would transcribe anything. I mean, people are interested in some regional history. It may not be folklore, but something connected that resonates with them. Yes, they're not transcribing machines. Yes, they read stories. They want to make sense and gain some meanings of that. So, but also diaries and life stories and letters. Again, these are stories people are reading, learning something new, personal histories, etc. That's what resonates with them. Would I transcribe municipal records or something? Yeah, I don't know, but I could include this in the interview questions, actually.
Okay, do we have, we still have time for one short question? Yeah.
Thank you. It's not a question, it's just a comment, and it's something that we have actually discussed online in a different seminar setting, but it is kind of perhaps not striking, but interesting. You were talking about this slow interviews and the experience and the explanation what the people gave as to why they were dedicating their time. And when I was going through the Soviet era correspondence with our archive, and our network of correspondence also dates from 1930, so it's kind of a long-term collaboration. And when we think about the reasons what people gave to Jakob Hurt, for instance, in the late 19th century, there is this fascinating part that there seems to be something very human, because the responses and the explanations keep having the same kind of a theme. And I remember that Fredrik said the same thing about the Swedish network of correspondents and volunteers, that there is this very, very human layer, no matter what the century is.
Yeah, we see that. We see that as well. And folklore archivists / researchers, they are not formal with people. Yes, they are building relationships through letters. We can see it in 2030s as well, and it's very meaningful for the local people, and that's also what makes them to do more and seek for more things and contribute to that, because they are noticed.
Yeah, and thank you for the answers. Thank you for the questions. And we end our second plenary lecture, and now coffee break. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
А чого ти не вспомнила? Я забуваю. Отак.
А на шеечек мне еще дай.
Я забуваю.
Не надо, не ищи.
Погоди, погоди.
Опять.
Опять 25.
Опять 20.
Качай, Вася, качай.
Вы орешки мои, вы...
От металла они разорвала согреты.
Вы орешки мои, вы...
Ave
of us are here and we can start the next session. First, I have a green announcement. If you do not want to keep this as a souvenir, you can put these ribbons there on the front chairs when you leave, because we will reuse them in some other events. Okay, but you can keep them as well, so just don't throw them away. Yeah, I have good news. We have all 4 presenters here for this session. So the first speaker will be Monica Marion. Although the paper has 10 authors representing the US, Ireland, and UK, maybe I have a problem with pronouncing Irish names, so maybe you can mention all your co-authors. So Monica will be talking about the Gaelic tradition archives. So Monica Marion is a dual degree graduate student at Indiana University, Bloomington, in the Folklore and Informatics departments. A recipient of NSF National Research Trainee Fellowship, Monica works to bring her 2 disciplines together through her research on folk narrative. She is trained in traditional humanistic approaches, as well as text mining and natural language processing. Her work draws on international research experience in traditional and digital archives and seeks to model narratives broadly across cultures. So, Monica, please, the floor is yours.
Awesome. Cool, thank you so much. I'm very excited to be presenting here today, and I have the opportunity to talk about mine and my colleagues' work on the Decoding Hidden Heritages project, which is a collaboration between archives in Scotland and Ireland. And as we've mentioned, it's quite a large team, a long list of co-authors. This project is co-led by Dr. Will Lamb and Dr. Brian O'Reilly, and I want to emphasize just how collaborative this project has been from the beginning. I'm very grateful to be working with so many experts on this project, and I think the team grant has really allowed us to have the depth of both technical and domain knowledge that this kind of work that we're interested in requires. And so there's broadly 2 pieces to this project. First is the continued digitization of the archives through both manual and automated methods. And the second is utilizing those digital resources we've created for analysis to better understand the context of Irish and Scottish Gaelic storytelling and to trace the connections between narrative tradition and heritage that we see in the archive. So what can we learn from the oral storytelling tradition? I just want to briefly introduce these archives. We're working with 2 very rich archival collections on the Irish side, the National Folklore Collection at UCD in Dublin. This is the product of the dedicated work of the Irish Folklore Commission with a strong focus on recording Irish language material, the 2,400 volumes of main manuscripts, and 1,100 volumes of the school's collection. And then on the Scottish side, we're working with the School of Scottish Studies Archive collection, which is based on 70 years of continued professional folklore collection. It's primarily preserved as sound recordings, including several thousand hours of recordings in Scottish Gaelic and Scots. So each of these archives also has their respective digital component. On the Irish side, Duchas, which we heard a little bit about, this is the online archive of the NFC manuscripts. It's an iterative project that's involved crowdsourced transcription, which we heard about, map visualizations, and then recently also tail type indexing. This is all searchable, and the manuscript images and transcriptions are available. On the Scottish side, there's Tober and Dulcish, which includes the School of Scottish Studies archive and a few other collections of Scottish material. This is an amazing resource, particularly of sound recordings. Like with many of these other archives we've been hearing about, these are amazing digital resources, established platforms. There's still significant digitization work to be done here, particularly transcribing. So my collaborators on this project, we've approached that work through manual and also automated machine learning methods. On the Irish side, there was Mehel Dukas, the transcription crowdsourcing effort where, we've heard about the community participation there. It's improved engagement and created this community of transcribers, and the entire school's collection was transcribed through Mehel Dukas, so over 1,000 volumes that way. And then my colleagues at DCU are also working on to develop handwriting recognition and transcription models. So also working with automated transcription specific to the texts and collectors in the main manuscripts collection. So that's been used to transcribe over 53,000 pages of that collection. And we also curated a folktale corpus for this project that was transcribed by hand. And team members on the UK side have also been developing speech-to-text automation, and all of the main project data has been digitized, semi-automatically transcribed, including the entire tale archive at the School of Scottish Studies. So once we have the digitized material and the text searchable transcripts, that lets us use digital tools to dive into analysis, to look at patterns across the corpus. Part of that work being done by Will Lamb and Julianne Meany in Edinburgh is utilizing large language models to map the corpus and also to improve our understanding of natural language processing for these under-resourced languages specifically. But in this talk, I'm going to cover the analysis we did by focusing on 3 particular stories within our corpus and utilizing the power of the collection to examine them with sort of different distant reading methods. So the first story that I'm going to talk about is a short but widely international folktale/legend about 2 hunchbacks who encounter the fairies in their fairy fort, and it includes this interesting motif of a song where the fairies are singing the days of the week, Monday, Tuesday, and this motif shows up in all the languages that we have in the collection. We have 285 versions that are completely transcribed now of this short tale, and a large selection of that, 76 Irish versions and 25 Scottish versions, have also been hand-coded. So a team of us basically read through and marked down 42 different structural traits for each story. So these are answering questions like, does the story mention a king of the fairies? Does the hunchback sing or dance in this version? So we can use that coding to look at variation across the versions, but also really dive into the text. So for a quick sample, I'll show you the distribution of that song, that weekday song motif. So in some places, the song is Monday, Tuesday, in some places it starts Thursday, Friday, and in some it's in some other form in that telling. And when you look at the story at this level, local variation begins to emerge, but you can also see here that that variation is not straightforward. There's not a clean delineation, there's a lot of overlap, there's gaps, but there's sort of trends that are worth exploring. And the advantage of having the whole story coded as we do is that we can use more complex statistical comparison and see how those motifs interact across the whole story. So we tried a few different methods of visualizing. We began with phylogenetic analysis, a computational method borrowed from biology in which those 42 motifs were compared to see patterns of descent in the different stories. The goal of this kind of analysis is to create an inheritance tree of story versions that could explain how the tale changed over time and map its current diversity. The results of that analysis are the black and white figure on the left. So if you're struggling to make sense of it, don't worry. As my advisor, Dr. Hiller, said, the family tree is sort of more like a bush at this stage. And partially that's because it's not rooted, but partially that's also because those boxy structures that you see in the middle represent a lot of trait sharing rather than sort of a clear signal of change. And this analysis did show some interesting grouping by language that suggests further study, but ultimately not really a clear historical narrative or regional groupings. So we approached with a different method that would account for a lot of trait sharing rather than requiring obvious branch divergences. And that's a statistical comparison method developed for population genetics, and you can see the results on the map on the right, where each point, each of those colored circles is a representation of a story performance, and the different colored slices represent how well that story fits into each of 4 story cluster groups. And you can see many of the stories clearly do have one cluster they belong to best, and we begin to see a geographic distribution in this map. So that's interesting. There is a pattern that appears here, but what do those clusters mean? So we went back to the texts of the different versions to see if the clusters represent meaningful archetypes. And what we find is that for many of the clusters, the groupings are based less on features than the absence of features from various incomplete versions. There's not a clear distinction, especially with clusters 3 and 4. The strongest distinction here is between cluster 1, which may represent a standard, more complete version of the story, and cluster 2, which you can see showing up particularly in Donegal, which seems to me to represent like a subtype with no weekday song where this hunchback instead sort of dances and parties instead of singing. But we don't really have enough coverage or statistical confidence to feel like this is the conclusion of this study. And to me, this project with this tale type, with the hunchbacks, is about the difficulty of representing oral tradition. We're interested in understanding the differences that appear only at scale, but we need to be able to model those differences, and we need to be confident about which motifs are part of that structure. So we're going back to the stories. We're continuing by honing in on certain motifs that seem to offer the most promising understanding of the storytelling tradition. The first is the presence of the fairies as supernatural agents. As I mentioned, this story is quite widespread, but versions with fairies rather than with gnomes or tengu or some other creatures seem to represent a distinct Gaelic type, and there is some evidence for regional variation in these other traits, like the weekday song, which would be a good candidate for simple text matching and text mining, so that we're still utilizing the data set that we have. So expanding from what 503 taught us about looking at structure and motif, our other projects involve a pair of longer magic tales. These are ATU 425, The Search for the Lost Husband, which you might be familiar with as the Beauty and the Beast or the Cupid and Psyche story. We paired this with ATU 400, which is a similar narrative, but with the genders reversed, the quest for the lost wife. And we chose these two stories because they have many versions. There's over 200 Irish and 20 Scottish versions, because they're both examples of complex and skillful magic tale telling, and because they allow us to explore what gendered tale types might look like in the corpus. And we're first using this archival corpus to examine conceptions of gender and gender roles in traditional Gaelic storytelling. We're proceeding from the work of Bengt Holbeck, who examined correlation between the gender of the tale teller and the gender of the protagonist of the tales. And I need to first note a major caveat when looking at this corpus, which is that women storytellers are significantly underrepresented in the Irish and Scottish archives, which are about 80% male informants, male storytellers. And as Holbeck has shown, this is generally true for most well-documented European traditions, including the Danish corpus, which is what he was looking at. And within that biased framework, though, Holbeck's work showed a preference in storyteller repertoires for stories featuring protagonists of the same gender. So we said, okay, let's test this with the data we have. So we looked at the gender distribution of the tale tellers for ATU type 400, which is the story with the male protagonist, the masculine tale, and 425, the story with the female protagonist. And in our corpus, you can see a clear difference just looking at these two tales. Only 10% of narrators of the masculine tale are women, and over a quarter of the narrators of the feminine tale are women. And compared to the collection as a whole, the story with the female protagonist has significantly more female storytellers. To continue this further, one of the great resources of these archives in particular is multi-generational information. So the storytellers were asked the name of their informant, so who taught you this story, and you see that same gendered split going back a generation in the informant. There's more female storytellers for 425. It was very satisfying for us to sort of see Holbeck's findings replicated clearly using this large corpus, and it provides us with a clearer and more precise high-level view of the contribution of women without creating a distinction, but looking at trends and patterns in the data. And we also looked at understanding of gender through the lens of the characters as well as the tale teller, so looking at thematic analysis of these stories. And we found that the content of 425 highlights women's social roles. It includes the protagonist's children within the story. There's references to culturally feminine tasks like tailoring and washing. And for contrast, the male hero in ATU 400 also has an incident with 3 magic items that he gets, but those are items of male clothing. It's usually a cap, a belt, and a cloak instead of the scissors and the needle and the comb or the soap. And the last project, again, this reflects the ways in which women storytellers might shape the story world and how the magic might reflect social reality, and it's again a trend within a complex tradition, and seeing the high-level stats helps us understand these continuities and nuances. So the last project I will touch on briefly is our look at formulaic language in these archival stories, so specifically opening and closing formulas, which range from quite simple once upon a time to long, complex opening sequences. And folktale scholars have generally identified opening and closing formulas as a feature of the magic tale genre. There haven't been any systematic studies, especially at scale, and little studies at all of these formulas in Irish, Gaelic, or English. And we interrogated our data set to say, how numerically important are these opening and closing formulas? And we found that 3/4 of our stories end with a closing formula. As many as 86% have at least one formula, either opening or closing. So looking at our large corpus, it confirms that these are essential magic tale components, and they're worth studying and looking into in more detail, which is the next step on this project and what I'm working on. Our second finding on OCF is that they are distinct in the form and shape they take. Opening formulas, not quite as common as closing formulas. Opening formulas also shorter and less complex. About 75% of those opening formulas are very simple, once upon a time or long ago or one time, versus the closing formulas are both more common and also more complex. And over half of them have more than one phrase. They're more than just happily ever after, and many have multi-phrase, these long sort of poems up to like 7 units or lines or events in the closing formulas. And we found that while they are each distinctive, they're thematically related. There's a link between the opening and closing. They're sort of centered around creating distance in time and space in the stories, and they also signal the tale's fictionality, the entrance to and return from the fictional world. I'm not going to dwell on all of the different formulas and the themes here, but feel free to ask me about it, and I'll come back to this slide. But I will talk briefly about how the opening and closing formulas show a great time depth. So there's some of the same formulas we find in a myriad of oral variations across Ireland and Scotland and cross-linguistically. One example is the paper shoes formula. So this is where at the end of the story, the hero and the heroine get married. The storyteller was invited to the wedding. So suddenly the storyteller is there and present, had a great time. As a farewell gift was given a string of these useless gifts like milk stockings and paper shoes. And on the way home, all of these gifts were destroyed. The paper shoes were torn, but they've arrived home to tell this tale. So I'll conclude with that closing formula. I hope these several snapshots of the Decoding Hidden Heritages project showed the potential of tapping the rich archival material to answer questions of folklore studies, and also that this project feeds back to the archives we utilized by digitizing manuscripts and sound materials, creating electronic databases and catalogs, and developing tools for transcription and analysis. So on behalf of myself and my entire team, thank you so much for listening.
Thank you, Monica. Do we have questions? Yes, Kati.
Thank you. This is kind of really interesting digital humanities project. I would have thousands of questions, but would you please like to say something about these language models that you didn't have time to talk about? Do they work in this kind of you have dialectal small languages and folklore data, so it's really tricky.
Yes. So I'm not directly involved with the large language model project, so I will try to summarize Will and Julianne's work, but we can go back to their contact info, and I think they'd be great people for you to ask about that. Generally, I think it has been having this collection to apply to and see if these models work has been extremely useful. We definitely are getting some results. Basically, what we're looking at now with the large language models is doing classifying texts, either sorting the whole corpus. We have quite a large corpus of tales, which is what's being used there, sorting those tales into tale types, and then also, again, looking at gender and seeing if we can do a gender classification task. And what we've found is trying a bunch of different models. Some work better than others. There's better work with Irish than with Scottish Gaelic, which is particularly under-resourced, and sometimes the more simple models work just as well, doing more simple transformers or glove embeddings or something like that. Having this to feed back into those models and fine-tuning helps quite a bit. So they are successful at doing that, but it's you do need someone to do the work of fine-tuning these models, but you can get sort of results for the corpus. And another thing that we're kind of coming up against is that it's difficult to do it cross-linguistically. There's a lot of models that promise to be cross-linguistic that really are sort of just feeding it back through English, and you still get a very clear distinction between the different languages. So that's where they are. But that's an ongoing project, and I think they're gonna come up with some cool stuff there.
Okay, thank you. Okay, one very short question, yeah.
So for some of you said there are some sound recordings in the collection. What have you noticed that there is variation with how effective sort of voice to text or any of those models are based on the age of the recording or the quality?
I also would not be the person to ask about that, but I think that they have quite effective speech to text for the Scottish Gaelic. I think also, I don't know exactly what the quality of the recordings is there, but I think also there was quite a process, like with the handwriting models, of fine-tuning it for this data set in particular to make it really effective. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Monica. We are proceeding with the next paper. Kati is already here, and you're the main speaker, yeah, of this?
Yeah,
because, so we have two of the authors here. Sarv, as said in the program, but she's now Vaina. Yes, correct? Okay. So another very inspiring project. I'm eager to hear it again. You will tell about it in details. I will tell about yourself a little bit. So Kati is a PhD, has a PhD in the academy. Kati is an Academy Research Fellow of the Research Council of Finland and works at the Finnish Literature Society and holds the title of docent in folklore studies at the University of Helsinki. Her research has focused on genres, intertextuality and performance of Finnic oral poetry, and in different regions, languages and historical periods, and on the interaction of oral and literary traditions. So she leads, or led, yes, no, the project has finished, the project Filter, which you will hear about, which develops computational perspectives of Karelian, Ingrian, Votic, Estonian, Finnish corpus of oral poetry. So, please.
Thank you so much. So actually we are three people talking today. Matse Janitski and Eetu Mäkelä were not able to come here today, but Mari Vaina is going to speak also. And then we have a surprise collaborator, Ginta Perle-Siile from the Archives of Latvian Folklore, which is just wonderful. So we had a project, basically collaboration between Estonian and Finnish folklorists and computational scientists, working with Finnic oral poetry, trying to get better understanding of the whole corpus in multiple languages that we have, and also taking a look at aspects and materials that have not been analyzed so much in later research. Here in the big picture in the middle is Matse Janitski, who has been doing most of the computational work here. So Finnic, most of the Finnic languages share similar poetic tradition. It was mostly recorded during the 19th and early 20th centuries. There were kind of huge national interests, which explains why we now have huge, well-curated and also early digitized collections. With many other genres, it's a different case. We have about 250,000 texts in digital form right now in Estonian and Karelian. In this project, we have been combining different corpora. There are lots of historical bias. There is a huge amount of all kinds of variation in the data, which slightly limits what we actually can do computationally. What we have done, we have compiled one database of all the corpora, added some literary poems for comparison, so we can make queries and process those further with different tools. We have text and metadata search interface for humanists, and our main subject today is Runoregi, a similarity recognition interface. So Maciej made huge calculations of similarity on the verse level and passage level and text level, and then we can explore these results in the interface. We also have different kinds of visualizations, maps, and genre distributions. Just having basic plots really opens new perspectives. Here you can see our data, 3 main corpora in the time, how they have been accumulating. And this is actually more like a research question than an answer. What actually is happening here? You should look at the details and all the background information to get better understanding of that. We have maps. Here you can see amount of poems, average poem length, and number of indexed poem types in 2 main Estonian and Finnish corpora. You can see that the patterns vary, but there are kind of striking similarities also here across the Finnic area. We can have genre distributions or shares of genres. I could talk a day about these, but basically here are 2 factors influencing the very stark differences. Collecting history, the bias is there, and then the very different characteristics of local singing cultures at the time the tradition was recorded. So it was not an equal area, but different areas with different languages and different kinds of cultural and political, religious histories. We can have genre type distribution visualizations. Sorry, I'm skipping that one. It's really interesting how different poem types take really different spreads. So some are very local, appearing in one linguistic area, Western Finnish or Karelian language here, and some are pretty much universal, taking place in the whole area. Then I will ask Mari, please, to continue.
As Kati already mentioned, our computer scientist Maciej has been inventing the similarity calculation methods. It has been a teamwork, but he has been the main actor, and this is all implemented in this Runoregi. The problem is, for example, the verses. We have the verses with similar content and wording in different language areas, which vary a bit, so they cannot be detected as equal or like totally similar, but the similarity calculation method was necessary in order to bring together slightly varying verses and then further songs and motifs. So here are some examples. This is a verse cluster that brings together similar verses, so you can see different variants of the one and same verse are computationally brought together. Now, on the basis of the poem similarity, we can in this Runoregi environment, there are, it draws dendrograms on the basis of similarity, and if you click on those blue squares, then you can see the songs next to each other and immediately see which parts of songs are overlapping or more or less similar, and which rows have been added in this or another version. So this is a wonderful tool to browse around and explore how variativity in poetic folklore works. But at the same time, in the background, we have a database, and also we have learned how to use the database and make such a big calculations over large amounts of data. And here, here are narrative songs pictures from Western Finland and Karelia, and you see that the variation acquires totally different looks in different regions and different coverage of material. In Western Finland, due to the modernization, the tradition has faded away, and there are only a limited amount of narrative poems recorded, so it is easy, and in Karelia it is a mess. The lilac spot is verse Vanha Vaga Väinämöinen, old Väinämöinen. And we have, not we, but Maciej and Jelena from Iceland have been experimenting, testing if this environment works with Icelandic short poems, Þulur, and it gave good results. And then we thought that it would be nice for on the occasion of the birthday of Latvian Archives to try to do Daina's runoregi. So Ginta, where are you? Here. We asked Ginta to participate in this, and it's a bit tricky because it's hard to explore something if you don't understand the word, but Ginta came to help and gave us some corpus.
So thank you very much, and it was last spring I got the most amazing present that ever has folk song researcher have. Invitation to participate in an experiment to look how Dainas behave in a runoregi tool. So thank you for this opportunity, my great colleagues. And I have the pleasure and honor to share first findings, what happened. So shortly about the corpora, we used the texts that were published in the first comprehensive edition of Latvian folk songs, Latvian Dainas. So these were approximately 200,000 texts, and it was collected in 19th century. So similarly to other corpuses, we have inconsistent metadata due to the collection process and so on. And 100 years later, in the turn of 21st century, this corpora was digitalized, so we could use it. And let's go to the findings. So, tool folk songs, first to say, behave very, very, very nicely, and so we can identify similar songs, and by these we can very, very easily, in digital form, find more archaic texts and ideas, and more recent ones. So in this case, what is on screen, you can see the aspects of wedding proposal, where agreement on wedding is agreed by verbally, by paying, and by shaking hands. So, but more interesting, we see also the data of submitters, and in this case, combining with these beautiful dendrograms, more interesting data appeared that I had a hypothesis, but this on screen, this is more evident that we have similarity not only in the text, but we have groups of submitters who have identical texts, and not tens of texts, but even hundreds. And when we go in more deeps, we see that these were more published texts. So again, going in deeper, this indicated that transmissions of the same songs from one edition to another, and later on coming back, going to the Latvian Dinas, it's like an accumulative process. One song travels travels from one edition to other, and there are quite many duplicates in our corpora. So at first, researching further, so we can have a glimpse in impact on of publishing process already from 19th century on traditional culture, and also have some insights on popularity of certain editions and networks. Different ways how I enjoyed the database, and what the tool gives us is how multi-usable can be one line, and how it can vary in different contexts. So I choose the wording "my mother," and yeah, we can see how different words change, and later on we can also see the network of similar verse clusters, so how it develops further. Yes, this one is one of my favorite slides because it's visually easy to understand the similar texts. So we see that these longer lines, they clearly state that these texts are identical, so we can talk about the rewriting issues, and then the smaller verses actually indicates the basic lines that forms the plot of the song. The song is about a young boy who is leaving home for war, so he thinks about leaving his home, his surrounds on, and then what is added before and after it again varies, and that can be seen here behind the screen. So, but very good visually, and also you can do it also by comparing individual poems. And on this, I would ask Marie a bit. Comment more.
This is Maciej made some general statistics about first graph, so shows the poem length. You see that 4-line poems are very frequent, and then there are some characteristics about how similar the poems are, and the both last graphs or histograms show that. One is pairwise poem similarities, how big percentage is in general the poems are similar, but the last slide shows what is actually characteristic to the whole corpus, that about 1/3 of the texts have full copies in another version. Yes, and well, still a word to...
Yes, and a short comment on this. These are the similar verses like on popularity in our corpora, and what we can see, the first 9 are related basically to the wedding. Shortly before wedding, this wedding proposal part, and later on also, yes, these first lines are related to wedding ceremonies, and it correlates with the wedding song amount in Latvian dinas. So not surprisingly, but it also shows, when we go in more depth, that on multi-use of the same verse in also different cycles, that also appears in some cases. Yeah, when a song just in other lines, changing just one word, it becomes usable in different contexts. So, thank you.
And almost the last one. This is a network of the whole corpus. Well, I excluded the exact copies, but the network is drawn on the basis of song similarities. And here you see that the 100 largest groups are colored, so they are kind of song types or very similar songs. And here is an excerpt of this graph where you can see that the first line of each song, so it's really on the basis of song types in general. And congratulations. And Kati, do you want to have some concluding words? Yeah.
Thank you so much. This was a surprise to see our folk song corpus incorporated there in your platform. Are there any questions? Well, we have time for a couple of questions. Yes?
Yeah, thanks. Impressive. Nice. The question is about dialect forms. Perhaps you mentioned, I don't know, but we know that in Latvian we have endings, etc. It's verified. Does it recognize this one? And yeah, perhaps you have a lot of comments to make on this, but generally, how well it works with dialect forms.
Yeah, that was the reason why we needed this similarity computation, because there were dialect forms, and we tested it, this method, and it worked quite well within the, say, same language. But it doesn't capture longer differences. For example, Northern and Southern Estonian versions are not brought together mostly. Or often.
You almost answered my question, but I have possibly a question of a further future, because it's so wonderful that you can put different language corpora in one instrument. And how do you think will we experience some moment that Latvian, Estonian, Lithuanian, I don't know, Portuguese and so on, texts would be put on one platform and analyzed as
without these language problems, so that the program understands different languages and can understand the formulas. It is translated there in the background, and you just get similarities in
yes,
this way.
I don't know if it is necessary to put in the same environment, but definitely nowadays those large language models are able to do the translations, and we are currently about to experiment with the Estonian and Ukrainian corpora, trying to translate them into English automatically, not exactly, but like it is not perfect translation, but and then compare the thematic structure of both corpora. So that's and we are looking forward to compare more deeply Estonian and Latvian songs. That's so exciting. It like we share so much history and culture, and we do not understand the word of each other.
This was why I was asking, because as I see from the folk narrative perspective, we have the same actually legend types and motifs and so on, but we cannot compare them because of this very big language difference.
It has been my dream also to somehow to solve that issue, and maybe now the time is there.
Project to be continued. So thank you so much. We have to proceed. We have to proceed to the next paper, and Margarita Moisejeva is already here, and she will be talking about digitizing the Old Believer and Orthodox collections of Lithuanian folklore archives. And Margarita defended her PhD in 2020. Her PhD dissertation was on liturgical Orthodox chanting in Lithuania, tradition and change. And since 2021, she has been working at the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, digitizing and archiving the collections of Old Believers. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Along with the largest Lithuanian folklore material, archive also stores material of various Lithuanian ethnic minorities, such as Poles, Belarusians, Latvians, Romani, and in addition to folklore material, religious records of the Lithuanian All Believers community are stored here, and the largest part of which is the collection of Lithuanian All Believers collector Ivan Malaglazov. The collection material started to be digitized and archived only a few years ago. Currently, 260 tapes have been digitized, and after the entire collection has been digitized and archived, it will be uploaded to the digital database of the Folklore Archive. Most of the collection consists of household recordings, daily conversations, All Believers community meetings, birthdays, trips, and collection consists of 31% of traditional material, and the smallest part of collection has religious content. This collection is exceptional not only its size, but also from an ethnological point of view, as its collector, Ivan Malaglazov, himself a member of the Lithuanian All Believers community, had the opportunity to record the singing and chanting of all believers in natural environment during various gatherings and celebrations. This community, due to historical, religious, and political circumstances, was forced to live a close lifestyle for a long time, which is why such detailed recordings are unique. A large part of the household recordings consist of daily conversations of Lithuanian believers, revealing various socio-cultural realities of the life of this community in Lithuania in the turn of millennium and sometime after that. The collected recordings allow us to understand all believers not as some kind of closed, ascetic religious community, but as a simple people with interests, joy, sorrow, loss, maybe. So collection reveals how versatile this community could be. And I want to show you some example of daily conversation. behind us here, between Ivan Malaglazov and his friends, all believers. So the topics of this conversation is very wide. It's about berry picking, religious fasting, and jokes about alcohol. As women don't approve when men took a bottle of alcohol, and one woman says that you must stop it. Now it's good, and when you get ill, you pray to God. So does it bring you any good, or do you want to be foolish for a while? So some little example of that.
Теперь вот с творогом, ем с творогом. Теперь вот кончай, Вася, кончай. Вот, это хорошего не доведет. Кончай, Вася. По-хорошему тебе хорошо. Это не доведет, ни водка не доведет, ни довольно хорошо. Это думать надо, это только надо.
Ага, уже она тут будет думать.
Ну кого ж не как болезнь нападет какая, вот тогда и Бога просит и все. Когда
And Ivan Malaglazov paid special attention to the performance of all the believers' traditional songs. His concern for preserving the songs for posterity is felt and heard in almost every recording, even if it goes against the rules of ethnographic fieldwork. But in this case, it should be emphasized that he himself sang very well. He knew all believers' folklore from the inside. He carefully tried to figure out every missed or forgotten word in the song, actively participated in the writing process, encouraged and sang along, if necessary, sometimes even corrected submitters. Many recordings were taken with the famous Lithuanian believers singer Yelizaveta Kolesnikova, but there are other lesser-known submitters in his collection like Maria Yermolaeva, Faina Taneeva, Irina Kazhanova, and others. Some of Malaglazov's musical recordings are characterized by multinationality. Submitters perform Ukrainian, Belarusian, Polish, as well as Romanian, Lithuanian traditional songs. And so I would like to show you two examples of traditional singing. The first example, it will be an All Believer song, You Are My Nuts, performed by Maria Yermolaeva. And after the song, we can hear actually how Ivan Malaglazov comments on it, adding his own opinion about the lyrics.
Вы орешки мои, вы зеленые мои, по что рано цвели, поздно вызрели, по что рано цвели, поздно вызрели. Вот я рощью шел, я зеленый шел, вот я рощью шел, я зеленая шел, с ноги на румяной. Хлеб спекла, да хозяюшки честь, будем хлебушку есть, да хозяюшки честь, будем хлебушку есть.
Спасибо, очень интересно. Вот эти слова такие, ой, на донышке, на ладонышке, мне моей братовой мать пела, она иначе пела на печке жар, на печке жар, вот такая песня есть. Интересная, вот такая тоже интересная.
In the second fragment, we will hear an example of uncensored, inappropriate folklore. It is a Polish song with some Russian words. The lady was sweeping the house, performed by Stanislav Polyansky, and we don't know this for sure, but probably he was not an all-believer himself.
Сивый коник, ножка к тебя, фанфаню в лужку еду, а помощь шнурует, золото горе, вот пятсуя. От металла.
The amount of religious music recordings is not large, but very important, as they were made during the actual religious rites of all believers, funeral celebrations at the cemeteries, worships at the prayer houses. The celebration at the cemetery, which takes place during the Pentecost feast in June, is a very important event for the all believers, as they remember the dead relatives. The whole family gathers. So often family members living in different places meet once a year only during this event. Religious recordings allow us to look closer at the religious life of all believers, which is quite close to outsiders to this day. Outsiders are not allowed to participate in all believers' worships and other religious celebrations, so these recordings, in a sense, represent a forbidden material that would not be available or explored otherwise. So I would like to show you Feodosia Dementieva's funeral fragment of the funeral recording, we will hear women sobbing along with the chant, which might have something to do with the ritual lament preserved in all believers' tradition. Unlike in the Orthodox Church, it was forbidden already since the 16th century, as it was associated with the pagan rituals. And among certain all believers' communities, it is appropriate to cry loudly at the funerals. Special weeping women were hired for this task. With the religious All Believers recordings, there are other Lithuanian religious community recordings made by the author of this presentation that are also still waiting for their place in the archive. It's recordings of Orthodox, Catholic, Evangelical Lutheran, Evangelical Reformed, and Eastern Rite Catholic Church in Lithuania. Recordings were made between 2011 and 2023 in various areas of Lithuania. The recordings include the development of the unique Lithuanian Orthodox singing tradition and the very rare improvisations of Orthodox church singing during services, which are still used today. And it will be two examples of improvisations of Orthodox church singing recorded in 2016 and 2023 in Vilnius St. Paraskevich Church, where Orthodox services were held only in Lithuanian and where Lithuanian Orthodox singing tradition began. Digitization and archiving of these collections face certain challenges. What are the principles of classification of these collections? For example, All Believers combines both folklore and church music topics, as the community itself is an ethnic and religious minority in Lithuania. Other Christian music recordings mostly contain of liturgical music, excluding interview material with choir directors and singers, which cover various social, religious, and cultural topics. So should we separate this collection thematically on folklore, church music, and house recordings? As division based on the principle of ethnicity doesn't work in this case. All Believers are both ethnic and religious minority, and for example, Orthodox community has different parishes, such as Lithuanian, Russian, Ukrainian, and Belarusian. And another question would be, do religious records belong to the folklore, as this collection are based in folklore archives? Christian church music is usually assigned to the field of musicology rather than ethnomusicology, and it is clear that church music is not a folk music in the context of its genre, but church music recordings can be an ethnomusicological object recorded in the context of the relevant religious or ethnic community, which has similar features with the study of traditional music. For example, the church music in different countries can be different, have local features, local intonations, language, and similar to traditional music, it's quite clearly visible in the context of Orthodox music. There is Byzantine chanting, which has links with traditional Greek music, or Georgian Orthodox chant with Georgian traditional music. But even such small territories in the context of Orthodox music as Lithuania have relevant local features that distinguish Orthodox singing from others. For example, the local tradition of 8-more system melodies, octave system, that are not used in any other countries, or newly composed Orthodox music in the Lithuanian language that has similarities with traditional Lithuanian songs of Dzūkija region. By the way, 8-more system melodies have similarities with traditional music, as it is an unwritten tradition of singing. The melodies are passed down from generation to generation by ear. And the local tradition in this case would be the unifying line between traditional and church music. To summarize what have been said about all believers and Orthodox collections, Ivan Malaglazov's collection is one of the largest marginal collection of the Lithuanian folklore archive, along with the Christian church music collection. Both have only recently begun to be digitized and archived. Most of the Old Believers collection consists of household recordings. In addition to them, the collection contains valuable and unexplored examples of traditional and religious music, and a special place is occupied by the recordings of Lithuanian Old Believers' funeral and cemetery chanting, which have never been studied and belong to the area of a kind of forbidden content which is very difficult to access, as the community remains quite close to outsiders. Christian church music collection contains of liturgical Orthodox, Catholic, Evangelical Lutheran, Evangelical Reformed, and Eastern Rite Catholic liturgical music recordings and interviews with choir leaders, singers, and priests, and recordings were made between 2011 and 2023 and include various local church tradition aspects in Lithuania, such as church hymns in Lithuanian language, unwritten local melodies, and musical improvisations. Thank you for your attention.
Hello. Thanks, Margarita. Are there any questions? There is a question.
Thanks very much. That was fascinating. It's lovely to see the really eclectic nature, particularly of the household collections, and that can really come to the fore when somebody is not working on a folkloristic kind of framework. But the question that I had was about those collections and about the attitude of the community towards the material being deposited. Do you get any kind of, in archives and made available, do you get any sort of idea in the contextual information about that?
So for now, we just started to digitize this material, so we don't have a response from this Old Believers community or somebody, so this is just the first stage of the digitization and archiving this collection, but in the future, I definitely see the meetings with people of this community in Lithuania, and simple to, yes, we can share what we have in our archive about All Believers. And secondly, we have to maintain this kind of field work between Lithuanian ethnic minorities, I think, and we have collect more material of such kind.
Another question?
Yeah, thank you very much. It was very interesting for me because there was a time I was studying Latvian Old Believers music, and taking this context, the two examples, they had a drone accompaniment. It was drone singing. Burdoninis daugiabalsumas ten buvo. Drone singing.
Oh, it's
and
about Orthodox examples, you mean?
Yeah.
Yes, they
Yeah.
had. Mm-hmm.
Is it inherited or is it taught perhaps even not so much ago. I think it should be something very new.
Yes, it is very new, and it is actually, as I said, an improvisation pieces, musical melodic improvisation pieces that singers from Lithuanian Orthodox choir develop and for themselves because of the lack of the original Lithuanian Orthodox compositions for now. So this was their first, how to say, their first idea how to develop the Orthodox, Lithuanian Orthodox chant or hymns in Lithuania. So the Bourdon, or this was actually some kind of Byzantine interpretation of Byzantine chanting. This example was, so it is not common in Lithuania, and because in Lithuania for a long time there was only Russian Orthodox church traditions, and it's usually a homophonic style, like 4 voices. And so these Byzantine kind of interpretations is also very new in Lithuania, and they only begins to appear, and actually they appeared already in 2016, but it's quite new for Lithuania.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margarita. Yep. And now we have time for the last presentation of this session. It is called Digital Sound Archives of Intangible Cultural Heritage, Strategy for Interactivity and Knowledge Sharing. It will be presented by Zhuolin. Zhuolin holds a master's degree in museum studies and a bachelor degree in physics. His present research focuses on the digital sound archives and sound culture with a critical view on phenomenological methods. And Zhuolin is currently a PhD candidate at the School of Museum Studies and a pre-doctoral fellow at the Institute of Digital Culture, University of Leicester. So, Zhuolin, the floor is yours.
Thank you, everyone. Today, the topic of my presentation is Digital Sound Archives of Intangible Cultural Heritage, the strategy for interactivity and knowledge sharing. So the digital technology today not only enhanced visitors' exhibition experience, but also facilitates transformative learning for learning by enabling the communication of complicated knowledge in a more interactive and relevant way. So it could be included that we should assume that the archives are knowledge in process, not only a set of documents. Every invention on an archive helps to keep the knowledge it expresses active and to feed its never-ending structure, which establishes a strong combination of interactivity and knowledge sharing. So in this project, we provide an inductive outcome through case studies using a bipolar coordinators with 2 axes for interactivity and knowledge sharing. In the first, The first case is Sound Gallery of Sound Art Museum in Beijing, which was known as Hutong Museum before, but now is a newly established museum. The first public museum dedicated to the showcasing the auditory portrait of Beijing. It's actually the life in Hutong, which is the traditional alleyways in Beijing. The lose of traditions is inevitable in the course of urbanization. According to a survey conducted by UNESCO, about 99% of Beijing's courtyard homes and hutong have been removed with the modernization of the city landscape. Not only the sight of the traditional cityscape, but also sounds of this traditional way of living. Today, it will be easily to find in a museum other than on the streets. So this is also why Sound Art Museum created a sound archive for all kinds of sounds that are symbolic of that traditional life from old time. Here are two pictures from archives of daily life in Beijing. You can see in a company of street peddlers, when they are acting, different percussion instruments on their hand they played will make a significant kind of sound, and each sound is only deeply related to one trade in old Beijing, which also could be very sophisticated to each kind of trading business movement. And this kind of sound from the instrument they play could be telling they are, if they are the craft and an object or a service they provided in the past time, when people hearing that particular sound, they could immediately know what it is presented. So as for this museum, as a newly established personal museum with limited funding and resources, Sound Art Museum in Beijing holds a strategy shows reference to presentation and digitization of intangible heritage sonic materials. Even with the immersive environment, the museum designed for visitors to experience these materials from the sound archives shown in the picture right here, creating interactive engagement for visitors and provoking knowledge sharing both sit behind the priority of preservation. It's how about the sound gallery in a national institution? Here's the sound gallery in British Library. The British Library launched the Saving Our Sound project for digitization and preservation of audio collections, including commercially issued items, radio and TV broadcasts, and privately made recordings covering everything from like interviews to wildlife and sound records. For providing visitors who come to the British Library as a space to visit the digitized sound archive in person, the sound gallery has been designed and set up in the home of these collections. As an outcome of purposeful project, digitization and preservation sits in the core of this British Library plan as well. Therefore, since it has been an accessible online database on the official website of the British Library, allowing the share of knowledge, it has a limited plan for enhancing the interactivity with audience and knowledge sharing in the first place. The next case is East Midlands Oral History Archive. It's a regional archive which began in 2001 at the Centre for Urban History at the University of Leicester. Since it is an archive focusing on the oral history and the local communities with limited budgets, the East Midlands Oral History Archive purposefully set its strategy in a preference to participation experience interactivity rather than promoting the knowledge sharing. Here are 3 projects launched by the East Midlands Oral History Archive. The first is Leicester Audio Trail, which is an audio trail that takes the users on guided tour around the significant landscapes of the city of Leicester, with the oral history clips coming from the collections of the archive. The second project is the Sound Map of Leicestershire, which is a digital map showcasing historical sounds heritage from across Leicestershire. It tells the story of the cultures by using a mixture of oral history and the natural and ambient sounds or soundscape to explore some of the important places and events like festivals that have defined life here. in Leicester over the years. The third project is called Pulse for Thoughts, and it's a project in collaboration with Leicester Museum. Several facilities have been placed in the main hall of the Leicester Museum. People are allowed to take a seat, play some soundscape recording from the archive and Oral History Museum connected to the craft skills developed in Leicestershire. It is also a collaborative project with the Leicester City Council to highlight the natural heritage and intangible heritage rooted in Leicester. And for the museum, it is an opportunity to provide an immersive environment for visitors to relax and reflect on their well-beings and their connection with the history of this city. All these projects led by the Eastern Midlands Oral History Archive are well designed and follow the strategy formed for the archive in the first place. Moreover, the staff from this archive also provide training and other support to external community groups as outreach, but it shows less priority other than providing interactivity, experience, and knowledge sharing. Let's go back to the British Library. Here's UWash, which is Unlocking Our Sound Heritage project. It's a UK-wide project that aims to preserve, digitize, and provide public access to the large part of the nation's sound heritage led by the British Library. The Sound Archive features a variety in the catalogues of recordings from popular oral history recording and music recordings to really collected like city and natural soundscape and mechanical sound. Out of the archive itself, the project aims to raise awareness of audio heritage through the different national and regional partners to increase participation and explore different ways of engaging wider audience with the many stories and hidden histories that can be heard and experienced through the power of voices, music, memories, and the sound of the natural world. So after digitization of 160,000 nations at risk, unique, rare, and historical audio sound recordings with catalog enhancement and online public access provided via individual online accessible passes, the UWash project also launched a series of public outputs to open up the National Archive in unparalleled ways, including sound-oriented exhibitions, here shown in a picture, and at the British Library, and a sound community-engaged curation. Also, there had always been a plan to create a pop-up exhibition using the content from archive as well. So being the stage outcome of this project, a group of well-designed pop-up interactive and creative platform has been installed around all the hubs of this project. With the soundtrack selected from the archive, users will be the creator of a new archive built by the creative remix of recordings materials through interactive engagement. Apart from interactivity, for the knowledge sharing, the archive has an innovative network of 10 hubs in partnership, drawn from the regionals and nationals of the UK, coordinated a national training program in audio preservation and digitization techniques aimed to bring up a step change in best practice stands amongst heritage professionals and local and regional community partners. Here's the map showing the 10 hubs across the UK, from London Metropolitan Archives, Archives in University of Sussex, Norfolk Red Office, University of Leicester, Archives Plus in Manchester, and up to the Scotland National Library of Scotland. Moreover, one of the ambitions of UWash project was for the 10 regional hubs I mentioned last slide to be able to continue its ability beyond the life of this project. Therefore, there is a national learning and engagement project started with the archiving process to raise awareness, usage, and enjoyment of these collections through a UK-wide public program involving public participants in workshops, sound festivals, exhibitions, and events. So after going through all these cases, we can now draw the fourth goal of these coordinators. It shows an orientation that highlights the positive correlation between the interactivity and knowledge sharing of strategy for the sound, different kind of sound archives projects. However, for the archivists and their projects, the strategy preference for them are shown in a different way. Some archives may pay more attention to one aspect instead of two, and only limited larger national organizations hold the resources and the passion to find a balance between the resources for knowledge sharing and interactive engagement for visitors. If we put them together, there will be a gap between the actual outcome and the strategy preference. What kind of practical reasons cause this gap? So with the questions, when we look back to these cases again, we can have an inductive outcome that for three main reasons. First is the individual plan held by the archivists and archives and cultural institutions, which could lead the project through a clear ongoing pathway to purposefully fulfill the targets of this project. The second element is the perspective the archive have, or the cultural institution lands on, which sets in the core of the development plan and is critical for making the decision on preference of developing capability of interactivity or knowledge sharing ability. And the last one is pattern, which could be formed through a well-designed plan and a determined perspective, and it's the key to establish a transformative capacity for archives and cultural institutions to enhance their interactive engagement for visitors and knowledge sharing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If okay, Ave.
Thank you for these examples. I was just wondering, when you were showcasing this Beijing example, when it was very clear that their goal was to not just offer this sound experience, but also very bodily experience. So I was wondering, do they have, or do you know if they have any kind of feedback from the audience, for the visitors, where they, what examples did they have? Would they take some sounds from certain parts in Beijing that were no longer existent? And would the people who used to live there, or the parents perhaps who used to live there, would they come back to visit this exhibition? And what was the feedback?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Yes, they have a visitor survey outcome for visitors to this museum. Part of those visitors to this museum reflects on their own experience, or the experience they have been told by their family who lived in Beijing with this traditional way of living before. And there is records on this survey said that after they visiting this museum, they really feel like they come back to that the old time of traditional way of living in Beijing. And it's quite interesting because it's a personal museum. The curator of the museum, his grandparents lived in Hutong, which is the traditional living area. But his parents immigrated to UK, and he is actually the third generation of this family. Before he actually went back to Beijing, when he was 25 years old, he never experienced any kind of traditional living way in Beijing. He lived in UK before, but when he really inserted himself in that environment when he realized this is some resources, some sound that will lost forever with the development of this city. He feels that he has the responsibility to keep this record, and he find the last person who could still have these skills to make those instruments the street businessman used before, because this is kind of a real collection in the museum, and some of them not accessible to the public. So he find the craftsman who could still make these instruments, who was in like 1906 at that time. And it's quite, I think it's really important to keep this heritage, not only the sound, but the skills behind this.
Okay, thank you. Perhaps a very short question? If no, it's time for the next coffee break. I'd like to thank all of the presenters who presented in this session. Thank you.
So, hello, welcome back. Let's wait everyone to come back. Let's start our next session. Unfortunately, it seems we don't know what has happened to the next presenter, who's supposed to be the first one. He was spotted here yesterday. Let's hope he's doing okay. And there are no health emergencies or anything like that. But I propose that we continue otherwise. And I would like to ask Asta here to give her presentation. Asta Skujytė-Razmienė is the head of the Department of Lithuanian Folklore Archives at the Institute of Lithuanian Literature and Folklore, with research interests in Lithuanian folk medicine, mythology of illness, history of medicine, and anthropology of death. And she's currently working on a monograph on communicable diseases in Lithuanian folklore. So, please.
Thank you, Ave. And hello, everyone. Just put my timer on here to be right on time. So, as I've informed, my topic is on archives and permacrisis. And although we have been, for the past 3 days, we have been sharing our experiences and our plans for the future, it's often left in the margins, the dangers, the potential dangers that lurk in the future. So I want to address it. And perhaps what I'm going to say will be nothing new to you, and perhaps many of these, not many, I'll be presenting three structural points. Perhaps these points will be well known to you, already implemented, but nevertheless, it never hurts to remind ourselves about them again and again. So the term permacrisis actually is, well, new, but at the same time, it was in 2022, it was announced as the Collins Dictionary word of the year. And it captures, I think, the feeling that many of us have become all too familiar within these past recent years. And it's a word that reflects the world that we are living in, and a time when crisis, be it environmental, political, or social, they seem constant, overwhelming, and unfortunately increasingly interconnected. And today I will focus on how the state of permacrisis affects one specific area, and that is protection of the cultural heritage, or what is our object mostly, it's the folklore archives. And what I'm going to do, I'm going to delve into three, well, this is the structure of my presentation, these three main points, which is I will talk about the strategies of safeguarding the archival collections, and also I will focus on the case of Lithuanian Folklore Archive, which is the largest and oldest folklore depository in Lithuania and in the world. And I will also highlight both the folklore archives' historical resilience as well as strategies. Well, we are currently developing the guidelines that we are making now for the future while facing the modern challenges. So, first of all, if we look at the history of humanity, accumulated cultural heritage is prone to perishing, and be it the Library of Alexandria, a twice-burned University Library of Leuven, or the Central University Library in Bucharest. And with all those volumes and manuscripts, scrolls, and other important documents that have gone up in smoke, we have irretrievably lost important traces of historical history and workings of human mind in general. So, however, the situation haven't changed, and we live in an era where the threats to cultural heritage have become even more prevalent. And climate change is also altering landscapes and causing fires, floods, extreme weather events that damage or completely destroy memorial institutions. And meanwhile, geopolitical instability also makes everything much harder, and this includes wars, territorial disputes, economic collapses, and so on and so forth. And René Tejiger aptly pointed out in his article, Preserving Cultural Heritage in Times of Conflict, to quote, armed conflicts remains particularly indestructible, intractable and disturbing. Statues are blown up, archaeological sites are occupied by foreign troops and destroyed in the process, and archives are deliberately obliterated as a part of an ethnic cleansing policy. So, indeed, whether through bombings or looting or forced displacement, documentary heritage can easily fall victim to the conflict. So that's why the word permacrisis, I think, is suitable to describe this world where the pressure is unrelenting and where we as archivists, as Sanita said, archivists/researchers, must continually adapt and respond to unpredictable, actually, series of challenges. And one of the best practices, in my opinion, is to learn from the past mistakes. And here I would like to turn to the case of Lithuanian Folklore Archive. And although the systematic folklore collecting has already been carried out in Lithuania since scientific society, the establishing of Lithuanian Scientific Society in 1907, however, Lithuanian Folklore Archive as an institution was founded much later in 1935. So next year we're going to have our 90 years anniversary. And it was established in Kaunas, which was in the interwar period as our capital of Lithuania. And here in a picture we can see Jonas Balys, a young PhD, who became a head of the archive. And he held this position until 1944, and he witnessed the moving of the archive from Kaunas to Vilnius, to the former house of Mr. Petras Vileišis, and he witnessed also how the archive, the Lithuanian Folklore Archive, was merged with the older one from the Lithuanian Scientific Society. And as he returned as he retreated to West after the war, almost first to Germany and then USA, in 1948 he wrote, "By that time we had already amassed a considerable wealth of our own folklore, yet lamentably the majority of these collections remain unpublished, and at any moment they face the risk of destruction. It is incumbent upon us all, therefore, to hasten the publication of that which lies within our reach, and to diligently gather that which still remains to be preserved." So this was his thoughts, and he lists actually quite an impressive collection at the time already. So, until this day, for us, it is pure wonder, for us, I mean the workers at the archive, how the collections actually have survived during the upheavals of the World War II and interchanging occupations of German and Soviet armies, and during, of course, the long period of Soviet occupation, which was quite uncertain for such a fragile and sometimes ideologically unacceptable material as folklore. And here enter Pranas Razmukas and his secret mission, rescue mission. He was a senior librarian at the Lithuanian Scientific Society, and later he was the head of manuscript depository at the institute during the Soviet period. And Mr. Razmukas, during the Second World War, he cleverly hid various documents in the crannies and nooks of Vileišis Palace. And according to very well-known story among ourselves at the Institute, he talked to one German officer into leaving the buildings to stand as they were being prepared to be blown up by the retreating German army. And only after Lithuania regained their independence, Mr. Razmukas pointed out the places where valuable documents were hidden. And however, we still believe that there are some things to be revealed in the future, as basically it happens not every year, but each other year with the legacy of the documents. So this points out that Lithuanian Folklore Archive at that time probably had no crisis management plan, and leaving the responsibility upon the shoulders of the archivists, of the individuals, and expected these private initiatives. And once this kind of strategy had worked. But however, we cannot rely upon this no more, especially when the warfare is advanced in general. So this leaves us with quite dire reality, as this state of constant crisis has a dual impact. First, it raises the risk of losing physical artifacts, such as manuscripts, photographs, recordings, well, you know. And second, it highlights the urgency of the digital preservation, ensuring that this fragile cultural heritage, cultural data is stored in ways that are resilient both to natural and man-made disasters. And bearing in mind that the Lithuanian Folklore Archives collection, both physical and digital, continue to grow with each year passing, completion in both of these fields at the moment seems quite unattainable. And I'm really happy to hear that the Latvians have already digitalized the historical part. For us, it's I don't know, 20 years more in the future. So, however, I briefly comment now how we are addressing these issues. So these are the challenges. And, let's see here. The physical aspect of the archive remains crucial as we safeguard original recordings, handwritten manuscripts, and other tangible cultural artifacts. We must make sure that they are properly guarded against damage, theft, deterioration. And to address this, ideally, modern archives should employ necessary methods for the conservation, preservation of paper and audiovisual materials. However, in the case of Lithuanian Folklore Archive, since we do not have restoration or conservation specialists among us, the best we can do is to seek to maintain optimal environmental conditions in the storage facilities. However, this gets complicated as our storage rooms are in the basement of an historical building. So integrating advanced technologies to ensure proper conditions, usually, it's just a delicate question also of financing. And since we are not provided with a separate financing, just sharing what the institute is getting. And as well, we have the requirements for preserving the architectural integrity of the architectural heritage, which is the Vileišis Palace. So on paper, we have evacuation plans for in case of fire, flooding. However, recent global events such as war in Ukraine have underscored the need to develop emergency plans for archival collections in case of interstate conflict. And according to UNESCO, since 2022, February 24th, in Ukraine, there were 457 sites with verified damage, cultural sites, I mean, with 32 museums, 17 libraries, and 1 archive. And currently, in our archive, we also have we store 2 Ukrainian folk collections from private separate collectors, both in physical and digital formats. So this makes us even more aware how important it is to be well prepared. And on the digital front, the task is no less daunting. And since 2001, the archive had made a substantial progress in digitalization of its collections. However, digital collections are not immune to risks, and data loss, cyber attacks, and even technological obsolescence all pose threats to the digital archives. So hence, probably, I hope you don't know, but also you might know the dread of one failed HDD in a server. So, so this is the necessity for us to be always on our guard, even in the case of the digital sphere. So, as we continue to digitalize our folklore collections, we must also consider how to ensure the long-term sustainability of these digital resources. And strategies have been developed, some guidelines in the Lithuanian Folklore Archive that include some measures that we are going to take, and I'm moving to them. And first of all, I want to address this colorful scheme, which is also from the René Teisler's article. which is called a disaster management cycle, and which addresses 6 stages of what he calls a disaster cycle: preparedness, response, recovery, rebuilding, prevention, and mitigation. And based on this, we are enhancing our disaster preparedness plans to ensure that the both physical and digital collections can be swiftly safeguarded, not only in the case of natural disasters and other emergencies, but also if an interstate conflict arises. And this includes coordination of actions, close down in case of the emergency, designating safe haven, moving holdings to the safer institutions, even outside the country if there's, of course, enough time, as well as reaching out to the international organizations. And also there's the geographical and technological redundancy. That means that the goal of this step is to reduce vulnerability by diversifying storage. And physically, this means exploring the possibility of relocating or duplicating a high-value documentary heritage in secure locations, both within Lithuania and abroad. And digitally involves maintaining multiple backups of the collection across different cloud storage or even physical servers, and to protect against localized failures. And the last one, which I would like to address, and I know that my time is already running out, but this is I think, in my opinion, the most important point is the collaboration and sharing, because collaboration between institutions, in my opinion, is the key. And by sharing knowledge, data, and best practices with archives abroad, we, as Lithuanian Folklore Archive, we would like to strengthen this global archival community, folklore archival community, because this interconnectedness is vital in a world where crises have no borders actually now. Whether through shared research initiatives, joint digital projects, or even the sharing of physical resources, we could create a support network that would help cultural heritage survive through turbulent times. So, to conclude, well, safeguarding cultural heritage in an era of permacrisis is, without a doubt, challenging and ongoing task that requires us to learn from history while embracing the technological advancements of today. And the Lithuanian Folklore Archive has faced many crises in its long history, and all of them are valuable lessons preparing for the worst-case scenarios. And together with my colleagues, we actually believe that by combining traditional conservation methods with specifically tailored digital strategies, and by fostering cooperation within the international community, we can ensure that the cultural heritage, as piece of our collective memory, has at least a chance to survive the challenges of the 21st century. And that would be all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are with you. Perhaps one thing I would add here is it's not just the physical building and the physical collections or the digital versions and the backups, but also the human beings who can be the unfortunate finger on the wrong button, but also the mental and physical health of those people working as archivists or researchers.
Yeah.
So, shared sentiments and compassions. Everybody agrees. Yes, Toms?
A bit practical question. Currently we have, the state is going through the plan of digital transformation, and also one of the issues to be solved is about backup copies of cultural data in foreign cloud or and solutions like this. How far are you in Lithuanian Archives of Folklore with this part of digital copies?
Yeah, thank you, Toms, for the question. Currently, we have at least we have main server and have 2 other duplicates of our material. However, we also now planning on expanding and at least, but they are on site, since on the same site as the institute, which is a big no-no in terms of safeguarding the digital copies. So we are now thinking about purchasing a server and to place it in another cultural institution in different city. With the cloud storage, it's a question, since Lithuanian government is also now have created this governmental cloud. However, somehow we are still not invited to it. And although there have been meetings with the people who are responsible for this cloud management and so on and so forth, I haven't been able to hear from them afterwards, even after I shown and argumentedly, I think, in my opinion, pointed out the perils that are rising from safeguarding only in a physical storage, but we also need part in the cloud. But apparently, all the terabytes that we have quite scare them, in my opinion. And for now, we are limited to what we can manage ourselves, and maybe in the future, especially when now this occasion of the archives 90 years approaches, maybe we will once again start some kind of negotiations of putting us up there also. But I'm not so optimistic after already having had meetings with the folk. So we'll see how that goes in the future. So I do hope that for you it is going much. Nope. Okay. So we're in the same boat apparently.
Oh, the importance of having a voice. Any other comments? Experiences? Yes.
Many thanks for your presentation. We had the flood in a community radio where I'm engaged, and there was about 200 cassettes that I had to to dry up. And there's something as Bridget presented yesterday, there's very problem with the small scale institution and those archives. So it's maybe something to not forget to how to manage those kind of problem in very, very small scale institution. And I don't know if y'all guys are thinking about those kind of small scale institutions.
Yeah, this is, thank you for addressing this point, because in our case, we are, I think, it was Bridget who pointed out that we are in an institution within an archive. So basically it's our situation too. And since we are not an archive in its official status, so what happens is that we, as I mentioned also, we don't get separate funding. So that means what is left from the institute's budget, we maybe can try to apply for it. But in general, we are constantly thinking about what would happen, if, at least I know that in terms of flooding or something like that, we don't have to be worried, at least for now. We never know what the future brings with the climate change, but since we are also next to the street, which tends to get flooded also during summer storms, so we'll see. However, in general, there are some other things that we have to be worried about, like mold or dampness in the archive, although we have systems, but still it's quite dangerous. And it's sadly as I see, it's an international problem with the small institutions and the attention. Although the attention is declared usually that we are important and so on and so forth, but not enough apparently to get some funding, additional funding.
Yes.
I have more of a comment than a question. I don't know if it's still active, but something like 25 years ago, was established an organization called Archivists Without Borders. So you can imagine what they do. When a crisis happens, they come to help. Back when they were active, it was during the war in Kosovo, for example, and what was left was kind of piles of documents. So you need archivists to sort this kind of mess out. Even though I think that they are not active anymore, because I did not hear anything about them during, for example, when the latest war started when Russia attacked Ukraine. But then also there were requests for those who have some kind of archival knowledge and can read either Ukrainian or Russian, and of those who have digital skills. So I think that we need to keep in mind this kind of attitude that when a crisis happens, it often is local or is limited to one nation or one area. So we have a network of colleagues. So we have to keep in mind that if someone else needs the help, we will have to be also prepared to help others, because in some occasion it might turn the other way around. And I think that discussing these kind of issues in this international setting is kind of the most important thing, to keep the connections in a way that I could call to you in a case of an emergency and vice versa, even though it would take, even if it would happen 10 years from now. So I hope this kind of cooperation continues between colleagues in the field of archives.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out, because that was actually one of my intentions with this presentation, is to start some sort of discussion, or just to a bit formalize maybe this network, and also this network of help in time of basically a group for crisis management. And if we could make it materialize in some way, that would be very nice, because currently when we started to address other larger institutions of higher education, for example in USA, and we've been told that, yeah, they could take, for example, 2 terabytes of our material, and that's far from enough, since we, at least for us, our video files take up to 26 terabytes now, so not including all the other material, recordings and so on and so forth. So this is like quite, I think, a thing to discuss in the future. And as you really aptly pointed out, we need to keep the cooperation going.
Archives without borders. And actually, I would like to add on a positive note that we can also say that we are not living in an era of permacrisis, but actually in an era of permanent opportunities to help each other.
Thank you, Ave.
But let's move on. I'm very glad to invite in front of you, yes, thank you. To invite in front of you our colleague Toms Ķencis, who is a scholar of cultural nationalism and an occasional art critic. He works as a senior researcher at the University of Latvia here, and also heading the Institute's Scientific Council. His research interests are focused on the historical and contemporary interpretations of intangible cultural heritage in visual and applied arts.
Thank you very much. Despite its tangible form, this Soviet folkloric porcelain I will talk about is somewhat elusive subject, and in this vein I have chosen also a way of presenting it through the slideshow that will play over with some examples that would be about 10%. Can you talk in the microphone more? Sure, sorry. So that would be about 10% of examples from Riga Porcelain Museum, this sub-collection of Soviet folkloric porcelain. And the Riga Porcelain Museum, it's a special institution that manages mostly the heritage of Riga Porcelain Factory. And Riga Porcelain Factory was the only such enterprise in Soviet Latvia, and during late socialism it was one of the largest porcelain factories in USSR, so it gives maybe some leverage for generalizations here. And yes, this is mine. So this sub-collection has about 250 items, so produced in in Latvia, and not items, but 250 units, and many of those units include sets of multiple items, like this, for example. And while traditional archives store or folklore texts, images, and metatexts, I interpret this museum collection as an archive of representations, meanings, and histories. And I see this archive as a metaphorical node in the folklore field. And here I borrowed the notion of the field from Pierre Bourdieu, as the shortest definition would be a structured social space where individuals and groups engage in competition for resources and capital, such as economic, cultural, or social and symbolic assets. And each field has its own specific rules and dynamics, influencing how agents interact and position themselves within it. And so a distinguishing feature of the folklore field, or as they call it, the specific game of the field, is the notion of authenticity, or this age-old question about what constitutes folklore, or folklore of specific group, like nation for that matter. And this also then is the answer of what is folkloric as related to this defined folklore. And of course this question is at heart of both traditional and less traditional folklore archives, who start with this establishing idea. And meanwhile, the notion of the field allows us to see a broader and cross-disciplinary and cross-institutional space of meanings. And more importantly, it also allows to incorporate into research not just theory, but also practices through which those meanings are produced and embodied. So this collection might be seen as interpretation of folklore under specific economic and social political conditions, namely the Soviet colonial order. So what lies behind those fragile objects? And the first, most obvious, is this overarching concept of folkloric porcelain, which in Latvian it is tautiskais porcelāns, derived from the noun tauta, which, depending on context, may refer to the folk, to the people, or to the nation. It's quite flexible. And this tautiskums, or adherence to the folk or the people, was a very powerful category under the Soviet regime, where every act of cultural production required ideological approval. And here it was one of the pillars of socialist realism conception that guided this approval or disapproval. But it was very flexible category, and tautiskums sometimes was also referred just as our national style, whatever that would be, and sometimes it was just defined negatively as something opposed to contemporary, opposed to modern, or something not international, so kind of local. As examples illustrate, the meaning of this tautiskais porcelāns or folkloric porcelain was quite dynamic and evolved through the nearly 50-year-long Soviet occupation. There are years on the last line for each object. You can maybe follow some of the dynamics. But this meaning of tautisks or folkloric was initially, I would say, emic concept, and it was established through production practices of Riga Porcelain Factory, which labeled some of their designs as folkloric. and due to shared cultural context, these products were recognized as folkloric or national, or how we call it, also by media and consumers. And ultimately, the museum acknowledged this category, distinguishing part of its huge collection as a sub-collection of folkloric porcelain. It's essential to note that almost none of those artifacts closely resemble traditional folk ceramics. That would seem kind of natural connection otherwise. And some objects are considered folkloric by their form, such as those souvenir figurines, and other only by their decoration, such as those with kind of folkish patterns. And so the most intriguing research question for me was to define what exactly makes this porcelain folkloric, what is represented here and how it is represented, how can we sort this out into some research category. And most obvious here is representation of people, especially women clad in folk costumes, and this the level of stylization of costumes varies across the collection. There are also freestanding figurines like souvenirs, then there are functional objects like salt and paper shakers, or for example folk maiden-shaped vinegar bottle, or the same figures are painted on some vases, mugs, coffee pots, and all kinds of dishes, sometimes decorative, sometimes functional. And interestingly, that sometimes it's not the folk costume in full color, but it's this silhouette or the shape of the white figurine what makes it recognizable as folkloric, folkish, or related to folk culture. And an important context for this, I call it dress code direction, is Song and Dance Festival, which recently celebrated 150 years since its inception. And this festival was, it still is, and it also was, very significant and ideologically appropriated mass event during the Soviet occupation. And so it proliferated depictions of singers and dancers who were clad in folk costumes in various forms like paintings, monuments, posters, ads, all kinds of designs. And also that included the products of Rig Porcelain Factory. And a smaller category within this sub-collection includes direct reference to traditional folklore as we know it, or reference to countryside life or some traditional festivities. And you saw already there was a figurine of boy riding on a black pig that is, I think, reference to a folk song, and there are some other such reference in the collection, and also sometimes one or two very recognizable lines from popular folk songs are written on some mug or plate or somewhere, like quotations. And from traditional festivities, the theme of summer solstice was particularly popular in this regard, with all kinds of scenes depicted from solstice celebration or functional objects like beer mugs and so on. But, however, the most common practice for making something folkloric was the use of folk ornaments. And again, the level of stylization varied across the period and different items and so on. And it's interesting the number of colors that could be used, and lines, how complex or simple could be used, and so they depended on technology and production costs. It was not just a creative application or idea. And regarding content, it might be better called maybe vernacular ornament, as its primary source seems to be say, interior design and embroidery of Latvian peasant culture from more or less 19th century. And in some examples we can recognize Baroque motifs of floral decorations with some birds and maybe some vase somewhere painted or so. And those Baroque decorations were painted and engraved by traveling craftsmen on dowry chests or other furniture in peasant households. And this imagery was widespread and bear then certain rustic characteristics, although it was kind of coming from Baroque high culture. And so through this medium or filter of peasant culture, it was also adapted to porcelain decorations, often again recombining it with elements of older geometrical ethnographic ornament or patterns or signs. And in other words, the use of ornament in Soviet folkloric porcelain was highly hybrid practice, and perhaps hybridity also is the central term to characterize this brittle archive as a whole. And of course, first there is this conjunction of high technology and material, as is porcelain, with reference to traditional culture and folklore in general. So this on the very base of all this approach. And then there is hybridity specific to Soviet propaganda, as also in some examples, where this folk or folkloric imagery was often combined with Soviet symbols like red star and sickle and hammer, and there is also, I think, vase with a portrait of Lenin surrounded by Latvian folk ornaments and dancers and so on. And additionally, then there is this combination of form and decorations, such as there are ornaments together with images, together with some texts and symbols of various order of and complexity. Sometimes, for example, there is some folk patterns or dancers in folk costumes, but those are incorporated in recognizable Riga cityscapes. But to wrap it all up, I will return to the folklore field and explore a little bit the forces that shaped and constituted this particular interpretation of folkloric and folk. And first, as I mentioned, it was shaped by material aspects of production, which accounts also for the quality of raw materials and available technologies of printing on porcelain, costs of labor, and etc. Then there is this creative or uncreative framework of socialist realism that channeled the communist ideology in this interpretation. And but sometimes it also means that certain production practices, like for example particular shapes or particular ornaments, were inherited from the period of independent Latvia, from previous porcelain producers, and then just reinterpreted in Soviet terms. But still it was an important issue because design, also design of everyday items, was perceived as a tool for aesthetic and moral education of the Soviet citizens. And third, what quite interesting turned out was the market response to the cultural meanings. And while there was no free market in Soviet Union, still its invisible hand was somewhat present as decisions regarding production, including all those shapes, decorations, and types we need to produce, were made by factories' artistic council. And artistic council included not just administration and the chief artist or some employees of the factory, but also members of government, like Ministry of Light Industry and State Trade and Industry Chamber, and later, especially during the late socialism, also representatives from some of the largest shops that were selling the items. And one of artists working at the factory recalled that in such an artistic council meeting, everyone evaluated, everyone considered what is necessary, what is currently topical, and what is redundant. Sometimes opinions differed, but at times they just wanted ordinary kitsch. So, and last but not least, the meaning attributed to folkloric porcelain by consumers in their daily lives also, I think, significantly shaped the folklore field and all this culture we have inherited. And these hybrid industrially produced items allowed individuals to perform ethnicity or national identity through everyday practices like dining or putting this dancing folk figure in traditional dress on the shelf in living room behind the glass, among other memorabilia. And that would be it. And if you have a spare moment, please visit Riga Porcelain Museum. It's just across the river, and there are many wonders there.
Thank you. What has happened to this line of design in folkloric porcelain?
Could say it has fragmented and developed. And also we can see some contemporary design, let's say applied design exhibitions. There are still many interpretations and more contemporary interpretations of folkloric, this, let's say, cultural signifiers. But still this Soviet folkloric porcelain, it remains as a kind of enclosed collection in time and production practices, because it ended together with Riga Porcelain Factory, which didn't survive privatization in early 90s. And I think some smaller workshops continued to work and produced some items, but not on such a scale as it was previously.
But what did the kind of consumers, the customers say? What were the most popular items that were acquired with these motifs? Do we know?
Then?
Or perhaps now, but the memorabilia collectors, what is desired to have in your collection?
This is one of the most popular for collectors. You can also find it some antiquity shops, and those figurines are popular. Dishes, I think, not so much, because I believe there was correlation that those folkloric items, of course, with some exceptions, especially for exhibitions or international trade and so, but mostly those dishes were of, let's say, cheaper. They were cheaper for everyday use, and not so elaborated as an art form. It was really daily thing. Therefore, as also we see today, mostly the plates are in one color, maybe in two colors or so, and this type of colorful designs with many ornaments, and so it has migrated from everyday use to only specific artistic or representational use. There could be in such dynamic. But as for heritage and collections, this is mostly the figurines. I don't know if it's still on, but there was just recently a wonderful exhibition by Art Academy professor and provocateur professional Christians Brekte, who reinterpreted those porcelain figurines he bought in the some antiquity stores or flea markets or so, in a different way, and painted them black and removed some heads and added some totally different meanings to that. So this heritage still lives on also in different form.
Thank you. Comments and questions? Yes.
Thank you, Toms, for this visually impressive and also information-packed presentation. I have a comment and a question. So first of all, comment is, while I was looking at the pictures and listening to you, your presentation, I was thinking about Lithuanian bone china factory, Jesse, which was established in 1938, I think. And in 1974, it became an experimental bone china producer, fabric also, factory of experimenting with creating own recipe of bone china. And it was many experimental also these sets of for tea and coffee made, and I'm not sure about the figurines. And the thing is that what is very interesting for me, that Riga's porcelain factory, they used, as you really greatly showed us, this ethnic perspective. Meanwhile, I just quickly Googled, because I was not sure about my memories, but Jesse did not produce anything basically with these national signs, national forms, colors, or anything like in Lithuania. And this is very interesting to see how it's a completely different approach to ceramics. But my question is, which you maybe partially answered, at least what I remember from my childhood and from the context of Lithuania, having a set for tea or coffee from Riga's porcelain factory was a sign of prestige almost. So what was the status of this porcelain in Latvia? And as you mentioned, with this neat national ornaments, it was more for daily use. But at the same time, maybe there was also some sort of, I don't know, bourgeois, wasn't it seen in that way? Because some of these sets really look fancy.
Thank you. It's I would say it's very complex question, because I haven't researched so much this consumer part, how it was perceived, and so I can also rely on my memories, but my memories are from the very last years of the Soviet Union, and at that point already the more imported production was perceived as higher status than Riga porcelain factory. Also, there is a very interesting angle here that Latvians, Latvian society have kind of a legend of superior Kuzņecovs porcelain that was very rich and bourgeois and that was produced until the World War II. But the thing is that Riga porcelain factory physically and also regarding production practices and so on, incorporated and developed Kuzņecovs factory, actually joining Kuzņecovs and Jensen's independent factories. They were appropriated by state and then made into this one. And also the product is often the same or even better at the Riga porcelain factory, the Kuzņecovs factory, where production were perceived as something much more special and coming from the golden age of free Latvia or even older times, and so there is this specific dynamic. But I think it. If we look at the level of Soviet Union, then both porcelain produced in Riga and also in Tallinn, it was very highly recognized in Moscow and in other republics. So in a way, Riga is in the middle or in an eye of a cyclone, you can say, and therefore locally maybe it wasn't even so much prized as in different places.
Any other questions? Yes, Asta.
And I would like to add that in Lithuania, a very similar layer is decorative sculptures in the parks. They were not created after the Second World War, during the Stalinist times, because during those decades, the sculptures of Lenin, Stalin, warriors, revolutionaries dominated, and they were very strict with the guns. And later, some sculptures of women were created, and they were placed somewhere in the parks, in the kurort towns, and they were also more human, related with some tradition. And for example, the sculpture of Eglė Žalčių karalienė, it is a heroine of Lithuanian national tale, was erected in Palanga. And it was shining almost, because everyone wanted to go to touch and make a photograph at this sculpture. So it was more human in that socialist times.
I believe there is. Thank you, Asta. This is very interesting point. I believe also, as we've seen some of those figurines, especially those which are just white. I see there is a parallel between those figures in parks, especially in parks away from the capital city, as those might be perceived as a more applied art, not so much high art or freestanding art. And also it's the same in the porcelain, as it was perceived as applied art. Of course, there was this discussion about the moral value and education, socialism, realism, and so, but it was not so strict as, for example, when speaking about paintings in exhibition or monuments in the city center. So the artists were allowed much more freedom of interpretation, and this freedom allowed them creation of such more beautiful, more humane, less Sovietized forms.
Thank you. Thank you very much again for this presentation. And before we can go and enjoy the food, I ask Ieva in front of you to give you some important pieces of information.
Oh, practical information, yeah, thank you. So after the lunch break, you are invited to an excursion to the archives of Latvian folklore. It will be at 2:20 p.m., so it's a bit less than an hour. And to get there will be 2 tasks you need to do. First, our regulation is that you need to leave your bags at the lockers. And the second thing is you will need to go through the gate. And to get through the gate, you will need a magical object, which is a badge. And I will be there at 10:02, or I aim to be earlier, to give you the badge so you can get through. And then you are invited to explore the library and to be there at the 5th floor, the yellow floor, at the archives. So we'll meet there at the gate.
the archives are very political institutions with their power to legitimate things and to demonstrate things, what is valid, what is not. And with this great power comes responsibility, but also complexity, as every political turn adds some layer to the archive and some layer to the archive's future and its management and how it's perceived. And such complexities we will explore in this session, starting with the presentation of Sonny Prosper. Sonny Prosper is a PhD student at the University of Michigan School of Information in the USA, and his research has concerned archival return and repatriation, how members and volunteers of community and grassroots archives conceptualize records, and how their conceptualizations inform archival programs and practices. And his today's presentation will be on current trends and directions of this archival repatriation and return, based on the case of Haiti radio archives. Please, the floor is yours.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. Can everyone hear me clearly? Okay, great. So let's begin. So, hello everyone. Today you are going to receive less than 15-minute presentation in English titled Archival Repatriation and Return, Current Trends and Directions. The presentation is bounded by a case study that I am pursuing, examining how 3 different groups view the repatriation and return of the Radio Haiti archive, which the David and Rubenstein Rare Books and Manuscript Library at Duke University in Durham, North Carolina, USA, currently houses to Haitians. And here, I intentionally use Haitians to encompass return to Haiti and the Haitian diaspora. So the 3 groups are the archivists and information professionals who worked on the archive, 2, members of the diaspora affiliated with or who have worked with Radio Haiti, including the archive donor Michelle Montas, and 3, archivists, cultural keepers, and information professionals in Haiti. For today's presentation, I will track current trends and directions in the literature with an emphasis on archival repatriation, diasporic archives, and diaspora archives, and suggest that a full understanding of archival repatriation is insufficient and incomplete without examining the role diasporic communities play as actors in such efforts. Then I will end with the bounding and defining of the case study, and we'll pass the microphone along. So here's just a map of Haiti, and Haiti within the context of the larger Caribbean and in relation to Florida in the United States, just to orient everyone. In 2013, Michelle Montas donated the Radio Haiti archive to the David and Rubenstein Library at Duke University. Years and decades before donating the archive, she had been one of the leading and well-known voices at the Radio Haiti Interstation from the 1970s until its closing in 2003. She has spent approximately 3 decades on the airwaves, largely in Haiti and sometimes in exile and amongst the diaspora, aiming and desiring to have her fellow Haitian compatriots move toward reaching their full human and civic potential. This aim and desire happened alongside Jean-Dominique, her late husband, who founded Radio Haiti Inter in the late 1960s, early 1970s, and numerous other Radio Haiti journalists and workers. In the vein of the Haitian nation, the Radio Haiti station was a medium calling for and demanding social change, democracy, and the ongoing and unfinished project of liberation and empowerment of the nation from larger oppressive internal and external forces. In pursuing such calls, Radio Haiti Inter produced documentation and audiovisual records that resulted in the recreation of one of Haiti's most significant 20th century archives. In her spirit of considering and tracking her Haitian compatriots, she donated the archive to Duke with the caveat that it be returned to Haiti and the Haitian diaspora. And here is several images from the archive itself, ranging from the 80s to the 90s. So to begin, archival repatriation is receiving growing attention from the library and information science and archival field and broader public. Yet empirical research on what is a complex endeavor occurring across various temporal, spatial, geographical, historical, and political contexts remains limited. Due in part to the lack of studies, many proponents of repatriation and return are unable to point to and move towards such efforts and therefore stall in pursuing such actions. The purpose of this research is to understand the barriers and obstacles to repatriating and returning the Radio Haiti archive at Duke University and what role the Haitian diaspora plays. This research will help to better inform how to understand the role diaspora communities play in repatriation efforts, produce empirical data about archival repatriation, and contribute to a body of knowledge of archival repatriation, opening the doors to further research opportunities and offering more practical solutions to the archival field and the broader public. In keeping track of the current trends and directions, scholars focused specifically on archival repatriation have noted the dearth of studies on the topic and provided some future research directions. Although the scholarship offers important roadmaps, it remained necessary to craft a review of the literature around how the issue has specifically been raised with respect to diaspora communities. In line with such an aim, I suggest that a full understanding of archival repatriation is incomplete without examining the role diaspora communities play as actors in such efforts. Furthermore, I suggest that returning and repatriating the Radio Haiti archive to Haiti and the spaces and places Haitians occupy in the diaspora be styles of self-determination that comes with stewarding their archives for their own larger purposes, right? Examples: ensuring cultural memory, self-representation, collective memory and identity, articulating a democratic Haitian future, present and future democratic Haiti, and producing knowledge, so crafting narratives of their history. According to the online version of the Society of American Archivists Dictionary of Archival Terminology, archival repatriation is the return of cultural materials, particularly archival records, to the country or people who created them. Interestingly, the International Council on Archives, for their multilingual terminology dictionary, they don't have an entry for repatriation. They don't have a definition. So for this research, I use the terms archival repatriation, archival return, and return interchangeably. I also deploy repatriation in both the sense of returning material to Haiti and Haitians in the diaspora writ large. To define archival repatriation, we need to examine a series of other terms entangled with it: displaced archives, replevin, captured and removed archives, migrated archives, and diasporic archives. For the purposes of time, I will not dive into these various terms, but will quickly turn to the various problem spaces resulting in the entangled terms, and then to repatriation as a standalone issue, and then to repatriation through the lens of diaspora and diasporic archives. The diversity of terms is due in large part to varying problem spaces requiring varying solutions, right? And those varying problem spaces include, colonizing countries removing archives from formerly colonized countries and broader decolonization processes, archives about indigenous communities, archives being confiscated or displaced in the context of armed conflict or war, processes of state succession or succession, which I think in this context is pretty important. And then I have a couple of other examples here of different problem spaces. The range of terms is also due to the fact that archival repatriation is a topic ranging across fields. As Carabinos notes, the academic conversation has been shaped by non-archivists and non-archival terms. The pages of major archival journals have been silent on the issue, despite their relation to the profession and its international impact. While very much in the minority, several attempts have been made to acknowledge the diverse set of terms, and scholars have explicitly indicated a preference for specific terms over others. I tentatively used the conceptual lens of diaspora archives and diasporic archives to keep track of the conditions that resulted in the arrival of and need to repatriate archives like the Radio Haiti archive. As a standalone topic, archival repatriation is one of the most commonly used terms in the literature, but scholars rarely explicitly provide a definition. At times, authors use repatriation, return, and restitution interchangeably, even after explicitly distinguishing the terms. Some authors note the sometimes lack of clear distinction between the terms. Cornu and Reynolds fold repatriation under restitution, noting that it is a specific form of restitution whose destination can vary, either to the country where the archives belongs or to the ethnic group or cultural communities that owns it. The term is most often used in the context of claims by indigenous peoples. An essential element of repatriation is determining the custody of archives. Some of the aspects of determining archival custody include the creators, which is the predominant consideration within the Euro-modern archival tradition, place, and the cultural communities from which the archive emerged or in which communities are represented. One aspect of the literature that is worth explicitly tracking, given the context of this conference, is the return of sound, audio, visual, and visual archives as a strategy for revitalizing vulnerable communities. Much of the scholarship formulates repatriation around the processual and relational act of returning materials that makes it easy to consider how the return of archival materials can be invaluable to diasporic, translocal, transnational, and indigenous communities. For example, Treloan et al. Defined repatriation as the transport and movement of physical and digital materials from centralized archives and collections back to communities. In formulating such a definition, space is made for considering the act of returning materials that occur between organizations and individuals with one another, be it collecting institutions seeking to make their collections accessible to community-based organizations as a matter of equity and justice. And then, of course, other elements of repatriation include digital repatriation. We could talk more about that during our conversation if we want to. And then, but we don't have time to cover that today. Diasporic archives diasporic archives and diaspora archives provide two lenses through which to think about repatriation and return. Diasporic archives provides a lens through which to think about the complicated nature of dispersed materials and generally emphasizes the archive's old records. Or in other words, this notion of diasporic archives is very record-centric or material-centric. Diaspora archives refers to diasporic communities and the records they create, maintain, and preserve. This lens can help to move away from not only the discourses, practices, and principles centered on territorial origin, but also focus on the role of diasporic communities within the problem space of repatriation and return. In discussing Russian archives within Russia and abroad, Gremstead passingly mentions the Russian diasporic communities that take archives and create them while in the diaspora. In light of the seizure of Iraqi Jewish materials from Iraq to the US, Montgomery argues that the materials belong not to the state of Iraq, but to the Iraqi Jewish diaspora, who were dispossessed and expelled from Iraq. Montgomery further argues that the archives should be relocated where they are accessible to the Iraqi Jewish diaspora and others. The decision to relocate should occur in consultation with the Iraqi Jewish diaspora. Noting an attitude that accepted non-concentration and dispersion of archival material rather than them being brought together in a nation state, i.e. Israeli archives, Shinko Kroll more broadly deals with archives created by diasporic Jewish communities since the Middle Ages and largely throughout the 20th century. She suggests that constantly developing digital technologies support such an attitude in a global and transnational world. These examples show that with the entrance of diasporic communities and digital technologies into the fold, the questions of repatriation, custody, and ownership are not easily answered and require, in part, conducting empirical research with those communities. In light of reviewing some of the current trends and directions of archival repatriation and return, I am pursuing a study examining the barriers and obstacles to repatriating and returning the Radio Haiti archive and the role that the Haitian diaspora plays. This research is based on the insufficient amount of studies within the literature at large, let alone within the more specific domain of the role diasporic communities play within the context of repatriation and return. As a result, I employ a case study. I am conducting an analysis of archival records consulting and collecting material from Duke University archives, supplemented by interviews. I am consulting primary source material from the relevant institutions, largely Duke, where the majority of the Radio Archive is located. I am also gathering data primarily through semi-structured interviews with the three groups that I mentioned in the beginning. The first, archivists and information professionals who worked on the Radio Haiti archive in whatever capacity and location, whether at Duke University or elsewhere. Archivists, cultural keepers, and information professionals in Haiti who would receive the archive and possibly have already received slices of the archives in digital form, and members of the diaspora affiliated with or who have worked with Radio Haiti, including the Radio Haiti archive donor, Michel Montas. These three groups provide three different entry points and angles from which to view and examine archival repatriation and return. Thank you.
So, any questions, comments, and experiences of repatriation? Yes, please.
Many thanks, Sunny, for your excellent presentation. Can you give us any details about the members of the diaspora you're going to interview? How many of them? And you were talking about the fact that you could potentially recover private archive from those person. Like there's the archive in Duke, and what are about the archive that could potentially be collected from this radio station?
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your question. So your first question, I think the parameters of my dissertation is when I'm thinking about the diaspora, I'm restricting it to members of the diaspora who are affiliated with or were affiliated with the Radio Haiti archive, right? So that's, and those members, you know, are throughout the globe, throughout the world. Michel Montas, one of the, you know, minds behind the Radio Haiti, she's currently living in New York. A couple of, you know, former Radio Haiti journalists are in Montreal in Quebec. Some are living in Miami, some are in, you know, South America. So the restricting item is, were they affiliated with Radio Haiti, right? Or did they work there? So that's how I'm restricting it. But with that said, there is an opportunity to think about different ways of, you know, crafting the studies that, you know, are thinking about diaspora in more broader terms, right? But for the purpose of the dissertation, it's just that. As for your second question, if I'm answering it incorrectly, if I'm responding to a different question, please let me know. I don't think I said anything about private archives, but I'll share this, even though this is being broadcasted on YouTube. I don't assume. So when I'm looking at the Radio Haiti archive at Duke University, I don't assume that that's all of it. I don't assume that Michel Montas provided every item, right? And so, you know, those are conversations that, you know, Michel Montas and I need to have, other workers of the Radio Haiti, you know, archive need to have. But I don't assume that Duke University has all of it, or that Michel Montas even shared, gave all of it. So,
yeah. If I may ask, it's somewhat wasn't obvious where the Radio Haiti was broadcasting in Haiti or for diasporic. So it was local radio, not diasporic radio.
Yeah. So Radio Haiti was largely broadcasting in the Haitian airwaves, right? But there were actually moments. I mean, and you know, from the late '60s through the early 2000s. There were people actually recording the programs and broadcasts and actually transporting them to like the U.S., to France, to Canada, right? But it was largely broadcasted on the Haitian airwaves. Yeah. And there were also moments when Jean-Dominique and Michel Montas were in exile, and so the first time they were in exile from 1980 to 1986, and then the second time was from 1991 to 1994, where they actually produced kind of not Radio Haiti programs, but offsets of Radio Haiti programs. So Jean-Dominique produced a Haitian program. I forget the name of it, but he was also a guest speaker at another program, Radio New York, Radio in New York. So even though the Radio Haiti was largely, and on the Haitian airwaves, there were moments where Jean-Dominique and Michel Montas were broadcasting in the diaspora as well.
Thank you. And one more comment.
Thank you for your presentation. My question will be connected with the term of diaspora, because my colleague who had to present her paper after your paper presentation is not here. She will not speak about, of course, this new fund of archives connected with the Ukrainian refugees. In Ukraine now, it's a common notion about a new diaspora. There's a diaspora which appeared after 2022, you understand? And I would like to hear your opinion, how you, in your case, can divide this notion new can be or old, can they be only in state understanding, and of course what have we to do with archives of old so-called diaspora and a new one? Thank you.
Wow, that's a big question. I don't know if I can answer that. I'll have to eat on that, actually. That's the question of diaspora. It's interesting because the question of diaspora is, I think, a contested one. Just thinking about the scholarship, I'm currently thinking about, I forget the Armenian scholar who, his last name starts with a T, who wrote some of the foundational texts in diaspora studies in the early 1990s. But the way that I'm thinking about diaspora is like two parts. So a diaspora within the Haitian context is it's a group of people or a community that is always kind of thinking back to an imaginary homeland, right? So there's that idealism part of it, but then there's also a material connection and a material relationship to the homeland, right? So those are my two basic criteria for thinking about diaspora in relation to Haiti and Haitians. But you're asking a broader question, which honestly I think would require me thinking more, eating on it, require us talking more. So yeah, that's my very bad attempt at responding to your very good question.
Thank you very much. We are also out of time. Yes. And good luck with your research. So, next two presentations will be remote, and the first of those will be provided by Laura Allah. I'm very sorry for pronunciation. I hope she will correct me. And she studied anthropology at Universidad de los Andes and has 2 master degrees in ethnographic documentary film at University College London and archive film at Elias Quarrieta Zineskola. Again, sorry. And she has been editorial coordinator of the audiovisual, sound and interactive media public policy of the Ministry of Culture of Colombia, as well as consultant for the National Cinematography Council of Secretary of Culture of Bogota. And so we will have real insider insights in what promises to be very, very interesting take on archive as unpacking of film series as archived now made into another film. So kind of many steps towards new knowledge. And please, let's go.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Hatch, and first of all, I would like to thank all the archives of traditional culture conference to invite me and to accept this proposal of Latin American archives and collections. I would have loved to be there with you, and I'm looking forward to be participant of the discussion. Hopefully in another time I will be able to be there in person. I'm going to speak today to you about a project that we've called Invisible Jurupari or Visible Jurupari, Exercises of Political Collective Material and Embodied Memory, which started in 2019 when I encountered the collection, the archival collection of Jurupari. And after doing a master's degree in archive and film archives in Elias Querejeta Cine Escola in the Basque Country in Spain, where I currently live, the different possibilities began to materialize with greater clarity and power of what could be done with this archive. So today I'm going to speak about three main topics, which I'd love to discuss later on with all of you. The first one is the importance of a gender approach in archival research. The second one is collective cataloging. And the third one is the possibilities that access strategies and ethical restitution bring to archival memories and approximations. So to start, I'd like to share with you a little bit of the collection. Jurupari Traditional Popular Art was a documentary series for television commissioned by the state in the mid-1980s, which portrayed the richness of festivities, rituals, popular traditions, and the daily and artisanal life of peasants, Afro and indigenous populations throughout much of Colombia in a very educational way, as you can see with the maps. And the concept of multiculturalism was just beginning. It was before our Constitution of 1991. And it's also important to note that the populations portrayed were living in the aftermath of a latent armed conflict. The series was a hit. It marked the highest rating of television of its time. And one of the most important aspects of why this series marked the audiovisual history of Colombia was its approach from visual anthropology and ethnographic cinema, containing in its images records of collective memories and shared knowledge, and its close and personal methodology with the populations during the research and filming process from the production team. However, as you can read in these three newspaper titles, Jurupari being produced at the time when other cinematographic works, such as Marta Rodriguez, films were becoming more explicit with their struggles and political expressions, and having to adapt to a television language that entailed a certain aesthetic, the series had both friends and enemies. It was criticized with few nuances by academics and filmmakers, mainly for the focus on what was called folklore. And in its third year, in 1987, it was cancelled. For many reasons, it was actually censored, and it became an increasingly less subtle political manifestation that tried to convey the story of the murder of a former guerrilla leader by the state. For this reason, it is also believed that no funds were offered for the preservation of the archive at this time. So it's important to also share with you that these images and sounds, which were ultimately considered dangerous, are a of the traces and gestures that continue to be vividly palpable in our daily lives, after several attempts of peace we've had. They bear witness of the traces of the historical processes of the populations in the midst of the armed conflict, drug trafficking, and the murder of community leaders, which today constitute an invaluable audiovisual heritage for the collective memory of our region, also including folklore manifestations. It has been valued one of the most complete ethnographic record of its time, with rituals, festivals, and chants declared Intangible Heritage of Humanity by UNESCO in more than 20 regions of the country as their material memory. So with this research and valuing and acknowledging the importance of its content and its materiality, this research project has attempted to make the participating woman visible as part of Colombia's audiovisual history that has been left out in the margins. It has also provided an opportunity to understand the approach and focus on daily life, motherhood, and intimate female spaces, which have been underrepresented in the country's media until this television proposal gave this gaze. So the conventional narrative surrounding the series has positioned Gloria Triana, a sociologist and anthropologist who had focused her research on popular, traditional, and directed projects such as Colombian Nights, as the main author of Yurupari. However, she developed the concept together with another woman, Anne-Marie Locke, producer of the television channel at that time. In addition to them, and decentralizing the biased and patriarchal focus on the production of the team's view, the work of other 22 women who were also involved in the production and editing of each episode has been acknowledged. In this and many other ways, Yurupari marked the beginning of an alternative representation. And in the words of Jorge Mario Munera, one of the still photographers of the production team, said that Yurupari was a political and radical project of its time. Regarding its materiality, there is much to discuss, but today I will only mention that thanks to the work of Juana Suarez, the director of MIAP, the program of archives at New York University, who gave the first light of the importance of this collection inside Focine, the bigger archive of Proimágenes Colombia today, and the sum of international organizational grants as Fiat IFTA's Save Your Archives project. They began with the restoration of Yurupari since 2013, as well as with other initiatives that came afterwards from filmmakers such as Maria Fernanda Carrillo and the public institutions which own the rights today, which are RTBC Señal Memoria and Proimágenes Colombia. The project is still ongoing, and there are already more than 26 finished episodes of the 85 that were recorded in total, without going inside the description of audio rushes, photographs, and documentation around the collection. From this resurgence, led by material exercises, the series gained a second life, and all the possible paths have emerged to continue working on its access, reuse, and circulation, thinking about the consolidation of a living archive beyond the preservation vaults. Since its inception, Yurupari has called out on us to reflect on the memory and reuse strategies of the populations portrayed, as well as the nuances of anti-colonial practices due to research and creative work with state archives and public collections. There have been different efforts and initiatives from institutions, such as the publication of 11 of the episodes in RTBC Play, as you can see in the slide, and the project of the Return of Yurupari, which restarted last year after the pandemic, with the intention of showing the restored chapters in the towns where they were portrayed. These have been fundamental to continue to propose a second and in more and more in-depth strategy regarding the access of these films and television series as part of the political and collective exercises of our memory in Colombia. However, throughout the research, we have arrived at questions such as how to create a methodology for collective anti-colonial identification and cataloging of a state audiovisual collection, and also if this can be a first approximation to dignified access of a public collection, and can it lead to a path of ethical restitution of materials. So in order to carry out this embodied exercise as part of a project that wishes to also propose pragmatic experiences, we implemented the pilot of what today may be a possible ethnographic and community vision for the preservation of our memory. On one hand, we started developing the categories of what could be a new database, a new complementary database of metadata, after doing a memory recovery based on the cataloging and collective identification with the populations portrayed in Colombia of this archive. Starting with the database parallel to the official inventory, we identified categories such as costumes, characters, geographies, architecture, among many others, that have emerged from the ethnographic review of the content of its episodes, and could lead to a production of a relevant metadata and critical identification of appropriate exhibition scenarios. Furthermore, as Juana Suarez also called upon since her approach for the collection's restoration, these are the images of what was the pilot of a collective cataloging and identification exercises that we did last year in San Basilio de Palenque with the communications collective Cucha Suto, led by Rodolfo Palomino, here in the photograph, where we invited 6 people of different ages and backgrounds to watch one of the chapters, Angélica la Palenquera, from 1983, and we discussed several points, and the experience became much more special and much more potent than we had initially imagined. And it became the basis of a methodology to propose a broader project together with the institutions in Colombia. This methodology, this collective methodology, is yet to be carried out in a collaboration with the institutions that safeguard the rights of Yurupari and the support of the anthropology faculties in Colombia. And the idea is that with this collaborative strategy, with also local community groups and audiovisual collectives of different parts of the region with whom we have worked previously, we can arrive to the final intention of the production of a multimedia publication of the photographs, testimonies, analysis of the recovery of the oral memory, as well as thinking about analog products and processes for the regions that do not have access, stable access to internet in Colombia. It is also the result of a work derived from the thinking of access and reuse of archival materials and what opportunities could be enhanced afterwards, such as programming, derived works of films and shorts, and all of them trying to be an alternate position to propose ways of inhabiting the present through the past. However, we are still encountering challenges regarding budget and resource prioritization for appropriate catalog software or specific developments to promote the archives and to develop this strategy in a wider way. So to start concluding, I'd like to share with you that the strategies of cataloging, access, research, reuse, creation, and circulation are in the end tools against loss. a reconfiguration of the official narratives imposed in Colombia and Latin American archives, where restoration is the beginning of a process to shed light and emphasize on micro-histories of the margins until revealing counter-histories. Restitution is normally done from state to state, but now we want to do it at a community level, and Jurupari has become a case study that presents other possible readings and practices on access of audiovisual archive collections from a collective perspective and thought. I would like to thank you again. This has been a brush of a project that has been going for more than 5 years. We are very excited to continue and also to be part of these discussions regarding archives of traditional folklore. And I would love to hear your thoughts or comments or suggestions or ideas, and please feel free to contact me. This is the QR code if you want to access the platform where the 11 of the 85 episodes are held. And I wish you all a good rest of the conference. Thank you.
Can we communicate and ask questions? Excellent. Whom I could give a word? A mic now? Anyone? Sorry? Laura, maybe maybe you can tell the address, which behind the code, or it's too complicated.
Yes, of course. Hello to everybody. Yes, the website is very simple, I think. It's rtvcplay.com. And there you can put the name of the series, Jurupari, and it will be accessible for all.
Thank you. And then another question.
Hi, good. I'm not sure if it's morning, evening, afternoon, but all of that. So, 2 questions. Feel free to answer either of them, both and either or. So the first question is, there was a phrase that you used where you were talking about mitigating loss. I want you to speak more about that because, there's a way in which one perspective to think about archival work as preserving everything, right? But then this other perspective of mitigating loss is just as rich, if not richer, right? So I want you to speak more to that. And then the second is, you were talking about restitution, repatriation, and I would also suggest return, and how it always happens at the state level. Could you speak more to how it's happening at the community organization or community level?
Yes, of course, and thank you for your questions. I really enjoyed listening to your presentation, and I was going to write to you afterwards, so okay, it's a good way to start the conversation. Regarding your first question about mitigating loss, well, from this project, what we have aimed for is to really go into the deepening of the micro-histories of this collective knowledge and collective memory that it has been, losing its power or losing its potential through the bureaucratic processes of the institutions that held this archive. So it's become very interesting to see that since one person focused on the importance of the restitution of this material, the rest of the institutions understood that it was valuable. And since then, lots of different projects have come up on to understand what is behind these images and sounds and what do they mean in different levels and for different communities. So on one hand, it's for us, it has been really important and really interesting to see how they signify or how they represent a very institutional memory of this collective, almost imposed memory of what we should encounter with our past. But at the same time, they have the opening, or we have tried to open them to see what are the micro histories and the micro stories inside them. And that has become much more interesting and powerful to see how to mitigate the loss of more specific and personal stories by triggering the conversations through this archive is a potentiality that wasn't there before. Again, this is just, this has been a part of a long reflection, and I think we still have much more to learn and to reflect upon. So you're bringing concepts that we should definitely think about together collectively. But the second question you're also putting a point to, which I'm very glad, is also to see, or what we're trying to see with the archive with Jurupari, is that a lot of time, we're trying to also see how it can be a decolonial or anti-colonial approach to the restitution proposal, and that always comes from the state level to the communities. But what we're trying to do, and we don't know if it's going to be possible because it is a state archive, and it will be under its intrinsic circumstances a state archive, but trying to go beyond access, or trying to understand how different parts of access can come together, and also understanding that the context of rural communities in Colombia do not have, for example, access to internet all the time, or it's very fragile. We are trying to see how, from their experiences and from their personal connections to the archive, while we're generating discussions around collective cataloging, that could trigger other ways to really understand what restitution means for each particular population that we're working with. So it's an approach. No, it's a proposal. We don't know if we're gonna do it exactly the best way possible, but we're trying to. And again, all your ideas, suggestions will be wonderful to have in mind for the processes that will come, hopefully next year.
Thank you very much. And by that, we have arrived in the last moment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Last moment to start the last presentation of this session. And now Maria Isabel Lemos from Portugal will tell about archives and intangible cultural heritage in post-colonial settings. And Maria Isabel Lemos is an anthropologist researching the politics and displays of culture within the scope of oral traditions, cultural heritage, and literature. She is a collaborator at the Institute for Studies in Literature and Tradition of the working group Narrative Cultures at CF, and a PhD candidate in anthropology. And currently she is developing scientific research on traditional Cape Verdean narratives and their circulation, as well as their categorization as intangible cultural heritage. And how far I grasp from the abstract, this is very new archive and just ongoing, very lively process. And so looking forward to know more, please.
Well, good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity of participating in such an interesting panel. Unfortunately, due to my fieldwork, I was not able to join you in the face-to-face event, but I hope this remote recording reaches you safely. Well, today I will be discussing with you a little bit of my ethnographic experience with the oral tradition archives from Cape Verde. And my encounter with this archive was a part of my PhD project, which is entitled New Storytelling Practices and the Uses of Tradition, Cape Verdean Traditional Tales and Intangible Cultural Heritage. It is centered specifically on traditional tales, meaning fables, tales, myths, and they're mapping through different social and historical contexts. I've worked mainly with professional storytellers, both in Cape Verde and in the diaspora in Portugal. With traditional storytellers in the islands, I have collected a few tales myself, and I have also worked with institutions that are somehow connected to the gathering, the organizing, the promoting of this repertoire, and also institutions that are responsible for heritage safeguarding and for the branding of oral tradition as intangible cultural heritage. This institutional realm is the one I will be focusing on today, not only because of the archive itself, but also because intangible heritage promotion and safeguarding have been very important agendas from the Cape Verdean government since 2016, and a very important rhetoric through which they look at this archival collection. Well, an archipelago located off the coast of West Africa, Cape Verde was colonially exploited and occupied by the Portuguese up until 1975. Historians agree that it was uninhabited by the time of the Portuguese landing. And it was gradually occupied by both Europeans sent to the islands and by enslaved people from diverse African matrices. Cape Verde was always considered strategic as strategic in geographic terms, but never as a profitable territory because of its lack of resources. This scarcity and the colonial administration were also main causes for the multiple migration flows that constitute Cape Verdean history, meaning that the Cape Verdean diaspora is a very large community scattered all around the world, as you can see in this map. Well, actually, due to its arid climate and territorial constraints, and of course the colonial past and administration, the country struggles a lot with the contemporary environmental crisis. And this lack of economic diversification and resource availability is also one of the drivers of the Cape Verdean heavy institutional investment in both the tourism industry as well as in the heritage safeguarding promotion and cultural promotion agendas. So, now that I have contextualized a little bit of this field I've been working on, I will address the Oral Traditions Archive, which was created in the post-independence decades, mainly between the 1980s and 1990s. This was a period oriented by the need of national, cultural, and symbolic recognition and promotion. So the selection of national symbols. By that time, the majority of the population was illiterate, so daily life and all types of knowledge were orally transmitted in Cape Verdean Creole. Portuguese remained as the official language, but the Cape Verdean Creole is still the preferred means of both communication, also within diasporic communities, at least from the experiences I had in the Portuguese context. Well, this archive became an important feature in my research because of the collection of traditional narratives it contains, but also because of other typologies I could find in it, particularly oral testimonies regarding life and power relations during the colonial administration. One interesting element of this archival collection is that it was conceived by Cape Verdeans and constituted through multiple methodologies, including the training of certain people within communities in the data collection methodology so that they could record the cultural practices and testimonies that they found important. Throughout the 1990s, the systematic gathering of data became less and less frequent, whilst the cultural agenda of the country pointed in other directions of investment. And the last official record regarding this collection establishes 23 types of oral traditions and 278 subtypes. By the time I arrived at the National Heritage Institute in 2019, the level of fragmentation of such collection was very high, meaning I had to find the pieces of a puzzle between recorded tapes, their transcriptions, and also photographs and videos. This archive's condition reflects mostly the country's institutional instability. Political institutions are normally directed to short-term projects ruled by elections and the winning parties. Of course, it also reflects the lack of financial resources that impacts safeguarding and digitalization projects, and its colonial past, since archival practice in Cape Verde is a post-colonial exercise. Institutions recognized this archive's importance, though. The National Heritage Institute has, in the past decades, refused to share tutelage of this collection with other institutions, such as the National Library, for example. The collection is also understood as a political power, in this case, a political power over knowledge. This positioning is also linked to the Cape Verdean heritage safeguarding promotion agendas, particularly the one of intangible heritage. Since 2016, after taking part in a UNESCO Strengthening Capacities project, the archipelago has focused on safeguarding projects and has listed Morna as a musical genre, as intangible heritage of humanity. The documents still available in this archive after the decades of fragmentation are very important sources for such types of safeguarding projects. Actually, if we observe it from a conceptual perspective, intangible heritage can be considered as an institutionalized way of rebranding terms like folklore and oral traditions. Of course, when I say institutionalized, I do not ignore UNESCO's guidelines of communal participation in projects, but nonetheless, listings are highly institutional processes in which many stakeholders take part in, and not always the communities. So, this archive, which was constituted by Cape Verdean communities as well as Cape Verdean authorities throughout the 80s and the 90s, is today practically unavailable to the people due to its fragmentation, lack of initiatives regarding awareness of its existence, and its value, and also the lack of archival update. Well, during my ethnographic fieldwork within the National Heritage Institute, and as a result of this puzzle-solving exercise, an exhibition in the Ethnographic Museum was organized. Some of the files, transcripts and audio, as well as photographs, were exhibited, and information about this data and as a collection, about this archive collection, was shared as an attempt to reach more people to its existence, importance and availability. Schools were invited, as well as communities from the rural areas were brought to the museum, many of these elders having actually contributed with testimonies to the archive in their youth. Unfortunately, after 1 year of this exhibition, it was also fragmented. The audio files were not available anymore, only the transcriptions and the images. This is a result of the same problems I have mentioned before, such as the lack of financial resources, as well as administrative agendas and impacts and interests. So, from this whole experience, what can I point out regarding the relationship between archives, colonialism, and the heritage semantics? Of course, these are highly complex concepts, and the connection between them can generate much more than a 15-minute presentation. But the most important thing I have to point out are, first, the multiple temporalities of such collection that was interpreted and used in very diverse manners, according to the agendas at stake, from the nationalist rhetoric of the 1980s to the contemporary heritage safeguarding one. Secondly, that this archival collection is a matter of sovereignty since its creation as a project itself. A national anti-colonial project that remains as a very important political power tool for the institutions within the country, even though their lack of effort in properly safeguarding it. A third issue is related to the archive's content. As I mentioned, many of the testimonies allow for diverse historical interpretations of very important processes linked to colonial exploitation, daily life on the islands, and Cape Verdean culture. The testimonies are proof of the multiplicity of historical narratives and experiences, many of them silenced by the colonial rule and by the Portuguese colonial administration's choice not to document them. In today's cultural agenda, the archive is seen as a fundamental tool to ICH safeguarding projects. The heritage semantic has thus a profound impact in the value and usage of such collections, particularly in countries where culture is seen as a development pillar, countries in which the lack of resource can be understood as chronicle. So in this heritage era, these types of collections gain a new meaning, a new value. But these are not symptoms of community awareness or even community participation regarding the archive and also its documents and uses. This is a central issue, not only because of the archive's knowledge richness, but also because of its potentialities regarding historical processes, cultural memory, symbolic relationships, and the construction of current international status quo. Research and educational projects are, of course, potential outcomes regarding this collection, as well as artistic initiatives and, most importantly, community involvement and discussion. Bringing up the past through people's voices and testimonies is a step in bringing communities into important discussions that relate to the past as well as to the present and to the future, particularly because the knowledge gathered in this archive belongs to these communities and to a communal sphere. It belongs to everyday life of many Cape Verdeans up to today. So it is a very important tool in reaching people and also in the growth of their level of participation and agency as citizens. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you also for the perfect timing. So we still have 4 minutes for some comments or questions. Here.
Yes, thank you very much for your presentation, and I really appreciate the 3 presentations back to back here. I think they really spoke to each other too. And my question was, what about the documentation of folk culture in the diaspora? Is there any kind of projects or engagement in that? Because it seemed to me that especially in North America, it was quite a large presence. And is there any communication between the activities going on in Cape Verde and in the diaspora? Thank you.
Well, first of all, the Cape Verdean diaspora was throughout, especially throughout the end of the 20th century, one of the most important centers for the gathering and the documentation of Cape Verdean culture, even though outside the archipelago. So particularly when the subject was music, Cape Verdean music, the diasporic communities were the first centers to create archives and also radio programs and labels and other recording features of the recording industry. Nowadays, there are projects especially in Holland and in the United States, but they are mostly projects connected to the diasporic experience, not directly linked to the oral tradition archive. This archive nowadays is quite close within of the Heritage Institute. There is not a lot of use this collection outside of this safeguarding project I mentioned. This is one of the reasons why I have been going also to conferences and about this archive, because I think it could be very useful for a vast amount of project initiatives outside and inside Cape Verde. I don't know if I properly answered your question, but
Yes, thank you. Now, if I may ask, intangible cultural heritage, it's quite wide area that can incorporate many things. Is there also sub-collection of folklore as folklore archive or different institution from those efforts as folklore archive? How things stand there?
Nowadays, in Cape Verde, the only institution working directly with intangible is the National Heritage Institute. The National Library, as I mentioned, tried to work specifically with this archive. They also have the National Cape Verdean Archive, but this institution is more focused on different type of archival collections. Now the only, I would say, the only that is working with the oral traditions archive is the National Heritage Institute.
Okay, thank you. Somebody else? Yes. And very, very last question. I hope it will be short.
Hi, thank you for your presentation. Quick question around, I think you said something about the phrase intangible cultural heritage and it being institutional or institutionalizing, or an institutionalizing term. I think you were speaking to the ways in which institutions kind of like use that term. Could you speak more to that a little bit?
When I mentioned institutional, it was because as I labeled the touch era, nowadays we have many different spheres use the heritage, particularly the intangible heritage concept, from the communal sphere, from these heritage manifestations and cultural practices where they actually emerge and where they actually take place and exist, but also in very different other spheres, especially because the thing in the logging of intangible heritage tends a very institutionalized process in which the stakeholders and the spheres and agents involved can vary a lot. And what worries me in this institutionalizations is specifically this tendency to somehow distance the heritage from the communals, or the process of labeling it as a heritage, distancing the manifestations and practices from the communal levels.
Okay, thank you. With that, we are out of time. Thank you again for the presentation.
Thank you very much.
So, we have now time to stretch and refresh ourselves until the next panel.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Ieva Garda-Rozenberga, and I will be the chair of this last session of the conference. And before we start, I would like to remind you that we have 15 minutes for presentation and 5 minutes for discussion. And also, we have the attendance list for the very last time today. Please check if you have signed already. I would like to invite Leena Sarlo and Helena Harend, who will discuss the possibilities of verifying the authenticity check results using digital humanitarian methods. Leena Sarlo is a senior researcher fellow at the Estonian Folklore Archives. Her main research topic is runa song tradition, the collection's history, typology, variability, and formulas of the runa song text. Helena Harand is a PhD student at Tartu University. You're welcome.
And Helena is also a part of our project. How can I... Okay, thank you. Dear colleagues, I'm so glad that you all have survived such a beautiful but very intensive conference. And we will talk here about very politically loaded topic of authenticity. And this issue is always related to kind of power position of archives. Very different value choices we have to do. We have to decide what kind of material is appropriate, what is worth to be documented, what is the original and what is the copy, what is the falsification, what is wrong or inappropriate. And although those questions are not maybe appropriate to ask now, but these problems are still there in the archival materials, especially if we are dealing with preparation of academic publications, or if we preparing materials for databases or text corpora. Those questions are still somewhere, and we have to decide those unpleasant decisions. As I told, these authenticity problems are always been there in the history of folklore archives, while preparation of publications and so on. And in Estonian folklore archives, this most important case of authenticity check was during 70s and 80s, when materials or preparation process of academic publications of proverbs was already at the very end of this publication, and then the authors realized how big amount of texts are actually copies from printed sources. And then they took some more years to clean the manuscript. And they had the last volume of this publication includes indexes of proverb as well as index of collectors, and there is a kind of blacklist of some collectors whose materials were mostly copies. And also some work have been done on literary sources of Estonian folk songs, as well as runo songs, as well as end-rhyme songs. But all those authenticity checks have ended with realization that we need to explain and discuss a lot. And in our presentation, we will try to explain and discuss a bit about those contributions of voluntary collectors, of those maybe not so traditional texts, some linguistics aspects of those not so traditional texts, and some typological issues of runo songs, and all this in relation to the problems of authenticity. And as I hope all of you were present in the morning, then Mari and Kati told about this wonderful filter project. As a little part of this project, I have been lucky to use all those wonderful database and interfaces. And for our presentation, we used this Runoregi similarity recognition interface, which is worked out by Maciej Janicki. And this interface enables to close reading songs which are computationally calculated as similars. And it enables to identify similar verses, motifs, whole songs, and it also allows to identify copies and songs of literary origin. And our paper is about the very practical use of this interface. And next, Helena will talk about.
Yeah, in the case of short forms of folklore, such as riddles, names emerge whose submitted materials authenticity is in question. We analyzed the runo songs sent by these same collectors, and the questions about the authenticity of the runo songs also rise. For example, in Eesti mõistatused, which was seen a couple of slides before, it has been noted that some of Mihkel Aitsam, who is on the left picture here, Mihkel Aitsam, Leena Lepp-Viikmans, and Jüri Uustallo's submitted material has literary influences. They also have submitted authentic material. And in the already mentioned book Eesti mõistatused, Mihkel Aitsam's contributions are linked to contributions of Leena Leppe-Viikman, which is also evident in the analysis of runo songs. And additionally, their connection to Jüri Uustallo's contributions also become clear. And comparing the runo songs sent by all three reveals that they have several very similar songs. It means even verbatim similarity, even though they all collected from different parts of Estonia. And in the pictures on the right, there are Anton Suurkask, Jaak Sõgel, and Jaan Moodis. whose material's authenticity is also questioned by the researchers of short forms. And now more about collector Hans Karro. The material, or his material, comes from the Palamuse parish in Tartu County. That's the red parish on the map. And there are a few songs that were also collected in Palamuse, but the performer is from either Kanepi or Räpina parish. I would say linguistically the Palamuse parish lies on the border between northern and southern Estonian. In the Estonian Runo Songs database, there are 6 songs sent by Hans Karro that are marked as Southern Estonian. Certain words, case endings, and vowel harmony indicate a linguistic affinity not typical for the region, but rather for more Southern Estonian areas. For example, the word väiko, meaning small, is characteristic of Southern Estonian parishes, especially Põlva and Räpina. And when comparing the songs based on their similarities, I found 3 very similar songs that are all sent by Karro. 2 of them were collected in Palamuse, but the performer is from either the Kanepi or Räpina parish, while the third song's data only specifies the Palamuse parish. And first 2 songs are duplicates. Comparing those 3 songs, the third one raises some questions. All 3 are bridal laments that are common only in Setomaa, the Orthodox region in southeastern Estonia. And the performer of the first 2 songs is supposedly from a nearby parish in Setomaa, so it is possible that those 2 songs are really collected the way the song's data says. However, it is noted that the third song was collected from Palamuse, where this type of song is not actually prevalent. And this raises the question of whether the song was truly collected in Palamuse or if it might be a transcription with the song's data left incomplete.
And this example of 3 identical, almost identical songs sent different times and with different metadata is very typical to those blacklist guys who approve their material with different and data, which to make it real. Because time runs, I go on with typological issues and possible literary sources of which is a picture, of course, map of Estonia, but it's a distribution map of one very essential Estonian wedding song, which is probably prevalent in all over Estonia, but because the index of typology in Estonian Runo songs is ongoing process. Not all parishes has their own song of that type. But anyway, it's, the map shows that this song is written down in all over Estonia. This member of this filter group, Maciej Janicki, once in our workshop just prepared one table of highly similar poems. It means that songs which are similar 80 or 90% to each other. And the table has 50,000 rows. It's covers all Finnic songs, not only Estonian, but all Finnic songs. And most of those songs are short children's songs. But let's say the first proper Estonian runo songs are only in the second 100. And most of those songs are printed several times and different anthologies, aesthetical anthologies, school books, and that's why they went back to the tradition, and they are more similar than ordinary or traditional oral songs. But and the next slide, this same song about this young wife's instructions. Those are songs which are so-called highly similar or too similar, and those songs really are almost verbatim similar or at least line to line similar. And it shows that, as we all know, that songs in oral tradition cannot be similar. This variation is something essential to folklore, and those very similar songs are collected for very different parts of Estonia, and we don't have to be surprised that those persons or collectors which were supposed to be authentic in short forms of folklore also collected those very similar songs. And I looked through about almost all these top similar songs of those Estonian songs of those table, these highly similar songs, and these distribution maps of those songs are similar to this one song type. The song is spread all over Estonia, but highly similar songs are collected mostly from the northern Estonia. Does it show that northern Estonian collectors are somehow more incorrect about authenticity, or this is not realistic? I think I just suppose that it shows that this tool unfortunately doesn't overcome the linguistic border of North Estonian and South Estonian. And let's go quickly to the conclusions. Close reading of runo songs processed by similarity recognition methods, it helps us to reach very interesting results, and it opens up new and exciting research perspectives, where actually the question of authenticity becomes insignificant and remote. The first and the most interesting question for me is the relationships of literary sources and oral compositions. This line of folklorization and refolklorizations, it's evident that there is no binary system of literary or oral compositions or authentic and unauthentic songs. It's a kind of fluent or omnidirectional scale of literary oral relationships. And also arises the questions of social relationships between contributors and also social networks of 19th century vernacular literati, and in parallel also the questions of relationships of singers. And of course, it it helps also detect and clarify dialectical anomalies which occurs in archival materials. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we have time for 1 or 2 short questions.
Thank you for this presentation. This is a topic that I really love about these things in the archive that probably are not the authentic material. And at least in Lithuania during the interwar period, the head of the archive, Jonas Balys, he was very precise about verifying all the material. So what he deemed to be inauthentic or copied from, for example, calendars or other sources, literary sources, he marked with a special stamp which was, please be aware, look critically. And the first question is, did you have something similar done in the Estonian archive? And the other question is whether the falsification, let's put it that way, you shown pictures at the beginning of these well-known men, but whether other traces of other more distinguished collectors who also are suspected of being very unfair with their material, with their in their collections. Thank you.
Of course, I think the similar processes have been in Estonian folklore archives, and there is a kind of folklore of folklore archivists, and usually they marked it registers of materials, and this beware of Anton Suurkask is well known in Estonian by Estonian folklorists, and I think that during at the end of the 20th century or during the beginning of this century, it's kind of revival, or then they started to study their motives. Why did they do it? Was it all so bad? But the different reasons why did they do it, but we have also different reasons. I can really, sometimes I really love them, but if I preparing this database, I feel responsible for users who don't know all the background of those collections, and people sometimes or researchers make very serious analysis about the content of songs or distribution of songs, and I feel really bad when I know that maybe it's just some copies which are with wrong metadata, yes.
Thank you, Lina and Helena. Our next speaker is Christina Crowder. She is the Executive Director of the Klezmer Institute, a digital-first organization founded to support Ashkenazic expressive culture. In addition to her research in Jewish music, she is a fantastic klezmer accordionist.
Wow, thank you.
Thanks very much. I have to say, thanks for staying till the end of this amazing conference. I'm thankful to Ilga for letting me know about this conference when we met at the Baltic Studies Conference at Yale this summer, and of course to see my colleague Ilya Schneeves' hometown here in Riga. I feel it's very exciting to be at a folklore conference. We present at lots of conferences, and I feel very at home hearing the topics that are being discussed here, and it's very exciting. As I mentioned in the description, Klezmer Institute, oops, I'm not there. Wait, stretch. Oh, make it big, make it big. Thank you. Okay, that was the first slide. Here's the second slide. Klezmer Institute. As we mentioned, we're a digital-first organization. We're a little bit different from probably the majority of institutions that are represented here because we do not have a space. We are not a space-based or a place-based organization. We are a virtual digital organization. And so you might not be surprised that our projects tend to be focused on the digital humanities. And as I mentioned, our main topic is Ashkenazic expressive culture, which is, we define as klezmer music, Yiddish dance, Yiddish song, and Hasidic music as kind of a embodied expression of Ashkenazic Jewish culture. Our goal, one of our goals is to really be a bridge and a connection between scholar practitioners, of which there are many, many in our community, and of which Ilya is an exemplary representative. And also myself, I consider myself to be a scholar and practitioner. And the academy, which is to say academic researchers and archives and institutions. So I'm going to gallop through my slides today. I'm going to talk about what is, in comparison to a lot of the projects I've heard about here, a very small project. Only 850 images, representing about 1,300 and something tunes. And this is, instead of a institutionally founded, well, it's institutionally founded, but this community up project, as opposed to being a kind of researcher-driven project. And what we're working with briefly is these 850 images of 26 notebooks of handwritten klezmer music, the majority of which is music that was written by klezmorim, that is by musicians for themselves, not prepared for publication. And then we also have this incredible, we have a catalog of those papers that were collected between 1912 and 1914, many different locations around Ukraine and Belarus. And then we have an incredible manuscript of the entire repertoire of this gentleman, Avrom Yeshia Maknievetsky, who is a correspondent of the sort of legendary Ukrainian Jewish Soviet ethnomusicologist Moshe Beregovsky. And so this is Maknievetsky's repertoire that he wrote out to send to this ethnographer. And it's his music with instructions. It's a very precious resource. And these materials are housed physically at the Institute of Manuscripts at the Vernadsky National Library of Ukraine. And so, let's see, where are we? And so the goal of the project that I'm going to talk about has been to digitally notate all of these difficult to read musical scores to make them available for people to perform, but also to perform computational analysis on. And then to also translate and transliterate all of the Yiddish and Russian text and annotations that are associated with the projects. And so this material was acquired by a woman named Anna Gladkova Rogers, who's a Ukrainian computational linguist. I'm not going to tell the story of how it happened. Mostly because, not because it's not interesting, but because it's a long story. As Anna writes here, she felt very strongly that that this music that had been written down by klezmorim needed to go back into the hands of today people. And specifically musicians. And so she wrote out this beautiful text for us. And so that was sort of like, this has been like a guiding principle of our project. And I'm including this slide, not because it's strictly necessary, but because I know that many of you know Emisha Ilya Falvi. And so I am also part of the Emisha fan club here. And we were very fortunate to find her work early on. And this quote reinforces Anna's image on the previous slide, which is that another thing that's sort of interesting about our project is that we're doing a crowdsourced project, but it's not about documenting contemporary klezmer culture or documenting the klezmer revival. What we're doing, or what our goal is to use the experience and the knowledge that was gathered together in 50 years of an ongoing klezmer revival to do work on this set of music notations and to understand how to interpret them and perform them in a way that if you don't have the knowledge of how to perform klezmer, you would not be able to, we think, kind of interpret it in a way that is sort of resonant with the heritage culture that it comes from. So as I often say, in other words, the klezmer is not what you see on the page, it's what you have between your ears. And so we're working to carry this philosophy of trust in the knowledge of the people who are on the ground working and as klezmorim who have studied this tradition to be the interpreters and interlocutors with this material. And so we try to build all of our project teams, include not only representatives of academic institutions and PhD scholars and so like this, but also the folks who are like in the nitty-gritty of digitizing the material and performing and transforming it as well. So, as you could see from Anna's quote before, one of the conditions that she gave us as kind of the handing over of the data stick that contained the images that she had gone to Kiev and requested and acquired, she felt very strongly that that this material had to be released to the public all at once, right from the very beginning, and without any kind of meaningful editorial intervention. Her feeling was that this material had been protected. Somehow it survived, miraculously survived the cataclysms of the 20th century, and it had been protected inside of the academy, but that now that it had become available, it was absolutely essential that it be just released to the people, to anybody who wanted to check it out. And so we agreed with this philosophy. I think that's really important. And so we agreed with this philosophy, and so that's what we did. The problem was, when we got this material, we hadn't even registered as a nonprofit organization in 2017. And so it took us another year to become a nonprofit. And also, you can imagine that also meant that we didn't really have any money. So the project imperative was how to do a project that involved this crowdsourcing concept on an utterly shoestring budget. And so that was thing one. And the thing two is like people are busy. This was 2018. This is 2019. And people are busy. All of our musician friends, they have gigs, they have lives, they have jobs, like all these things. How are we going to get people involved in like doing this kind of nerdy work of digitally notating music on like hard to read manuscripts? So in order to do that, we felt we had to really make it as easy as possible for people to make a contribution to this work. And because we figured also the only people who would be interested in this material would be members of the klezmer community, that our success would be grounded in sort of working with and being responsive to the klezmer community. And that meant giving incentives, setting up structures that would give something. If we couldn't pay people for doing the work, that we would be giving them something in return that was part of the project outputs. So we started our project phase one, just Google Sheets. All kinds of, so basically you would, we did a little security theater, basically. I set up a page, it had a password on it, and if you register with the project, you would get the password to the page, and then you could get into it. And that had links to like some project guides, how to blah, blah, blah. the access to the PDF file folders, and then access to a bunch of basically open Google Sheets that had open space for all of the items in the corpus that we had numbers for, and I developed a numbering system for them. And so people would just like go in the sheets and translate this. This is translations from the catalog. We had a I don't speak Russian or Yiddish. Can somebody help me translate this section? Like people would take screenshots, throw it into the thing, and then somebody would come along behind and maybe give a little help. We had a 19th century music symbol, like what the heck is this? We had a famous sort of like Jesus fish symbol that nobody could figure out why there was a, you remember that, why there was a Jesus fish over the top of the music notes. And this kind of got off the ground in a series of like, we called them digitizathons. We had a 30-hour Zoom meeting in the January of 2021 that kind of just invited people to jump in and start looking at what it was. We asked friends from around, from Europe and America, kind of klezmer folks to just take an hour to host in the Zoom rooms, and they would ask us, well, what are we supposed to do? And we say, I don't know, just look at the stuff and talk about what you see, and that's what people did. And that was kind of a way to get people jump-started into the project. It also happened to be right in 2021, late 2020 and 2021, so all of our musician friends were stuck at home, and we were completely isolated, and nobody was working, and so that kind of, there were our project was one of a number of lockdown projects that succeeded precisely because people were isolated and they were looking for ways to connect with each other, and so we did that through Zoom, basically, and working on these issues. But from the administrative side, setting up the permissions to onboard people was very time-consuming. I had to, and this was something I did, and it took me about 20 minutes to bring somebody in because I had to give them permissions on Google folders and set up a contact in Google and put them on a mailing list, and just I had to put people in a bunch of different places. We had 175 people register for the first Digitizathon, so it just became kind of overwhelming. And then the second thing is that as part of like making the barriers to access for contributing scores easy, we said you can use whatever music engraving program you like to use, and there are many of them. There's MuseScore and Sibelius and Finale and Dorico and et cetera, and they don't all talk to each other. But we said, whatever program you use, we will take your score. And so we asked them for a PDF. We asked them for an uncompressed music XML file, which is the exchange language. And then we asked them for the score in the native program file. So we had 3 files for each folder, and then we also, 3 files for each item, and then people were also updating and correcting things, so we had to also figure out how to update scores as people fixed things, which happened a lot, especially in the beginning. So that became like completely overwhelming, just because it was just also a lot. Everything had to go to different places, and file names were like inconsistent and hard to find. So we were looking for solutions. My colleague from the Klezmer Archive Project, Max Rothman, helped us to identify a low-cost, low-code solution for this. And what we found was a program called Integromat. It was called Integromat at the time. Now it's called Make. This is for businesses. This is for, like, if you buy a thing, it like automatically signs you up for their mailing list, and it sends you like confirmation emails and things like that. And we adapted it for primarily for the onboarding of volunteers and for uploading scores. And one of the key things is it had to be able to be managed by a non-technologist, such as myself, once it was set up. And so you can see here, this is the participant onboarding scenario. There's like 16 modules. And so you can imagine, like, now that this is being done automatically, it saves tremendous amount of time, of my time. And also, just to make things fun, we invented this fella, or this person, this entity. We call them Berabotsky. So our famous ethnomusicologist is Beragovsky. And so our bot is called Berabotsky. And if you were to register for our program, Berabotsky will send you email. This is now the score processing scenario. And you can kind of just see like what this is doing. I'm not going to explain everything, but like by just seeing that huge, massive things, you can kind of just imagine the amount of time and energy that saves. And it also just makes it much more regular. You can give people an ideal file formula to use. And even when you say, put the KMDMP number and the name of the item and your name in the file name, it all still comes out every which way, right? And so the first thing that an incoming score gets is over on the far left side. It gets renamed according to a bunch of variables. Like you fill in little blanks. What's the KMDMP number? What's the name of the tune? What's your name? It takes those things and sets them into names. We have a stream for PDFs, XML, native files. If an item has text in it, whether it's a song or a setting of a liturgical piece or something like that, we put it off into its own stream, and it's copied into two places because people who are into things that have text are not so interested in things that are only instrumental. So we wanted to make it easy for people to find those resources. The far right is like mailing lists, etc., and then finally validation to like say, you have successfully uploaded your score. And I get an email as well when that happens. So it just saved a huge amount of time. And my colleague Max, we worked out how to do it, and he figured out how to make Integromat talk with Google Drive and do all of these processes. And as you can see on the bottom, now we have, it's very important for us to have human comprehensible file names for our files because we don't have a front end. Our front end is a Google file folder. And so if you're looking for something and you want to find all the tunes that were made by Tobias Schurer or Hanna Ochner, you can put their name in. Or you want to find all the tunes that are called Frelach, you can actually just do a search in the folder and find those things. So that was a great discovery. It helped a lot. It cost us about $9 a month to use this program. So the next phase 3 is that to prepare for another project, our other project, Klezmer Archive, this Kisselhoff project is the test corpus for this larger project called the Klezmer Archive. And the Google Sheets were awesome. They did what they needed to do. They allowed people to just work in these open sheets and put in data and add information. And we really, so, knock on wood, never had any problems with that. Nobody messed up the data. We didn't lose anything so far. Once again, knock on wood. But it became clear that we needed to be able to take it to the next level. And so we once again went into the process of doing some research to find what was the next thing that we could use that would be low cost and low code. Low cost, low code. So the Klezmer Archive, very briefly, I'm not going to talk about it, but of interest maybe to folklorists is that we're working to expand ontologies that have to do with tune families and variant of relationships in melodies. And we are expanding ontologies to document what we're loosely calling cultural family relationships, which is to say non-hierarchical relationships between people who work with each other in the transmission of heritage culture or oral tradition cultures. There are plenty of ways to describe students and teachers and mentors and mentees, and we're just finding that that's not actually adequate to describe the mutual exchange that happens between people who work together in these sort of collaborative relationships, even when there's age differences. And we think of them, like to think of them more as like cultural family relationships rather than sort of directional or even bidirectional hierarchical relationships. So for the techies out there, we want to also make the relationship a node and not an edge. We want to make the relationship itself a node in the graph, as opposed to only being a way to define the interaction between two people at a particular moment. Yeah, so that the relationship itself is a node that can have descriptive things added to it. And we have a white paper that you can read that tells all about it. So Coda is we found this program called Coda.io. It's new, it's cheap. I pay about $175 a year to be the doc maker, and our whole teams can be in it. As long as I'm the only person who makes a doc, we can have lots of people in here. And so we just use it to combine the information from the catalog worksheet and the information from the heft tracking sheet and all these other things. I was able to allow those docs, those tables to remain the same, to preserve those tables, but then I could combine the information into one place and hang everything off of a kind of an expanded global ID system that we're using to sort of account for everything of interest inside of all of the 850 pages of our photographs. So this allows us to create sub-collections. We can track all of our contributors. We finally figured out that one of our contributors, whose name is Hanna Ochner, digitized something like 575 items in our corpus, 572. The number is right there. So we have one person, legendary, klezmer archive person, who has just contributed almost half of the notations in our corpus. And then on the right hand here, we have the beginnings of a form that we're using to sort of combine and edit the data that came in from these volunteer contributed sources, and then to add information about key signature, time signature, all these sort of tracking musicology things that we want to have. And so those are kind of the main things I wanted to talk about with regard to using. Well, I'm going to go back one just very quickly. Are we done? Am I out of time? Okay. All right. Then I'll just leave you this. Take a picture of this. Take a picture of this thing. We just discovered it. It's called the multidimensional citation. We're very excited about it. It's a way to show the people who help you bring ideas together. The article is very exciting. It's very beautifully written. And I just have a feeling that you as folklorists might be interested in it. And we're already adapting it for our folios and things that we produce. We think it's very important to keep all of the contributors to the digital notations very tightly and closely associated with everything that goes forward from their contributions. And with that, thank you very much.
Thank you, Christina. I think we could listen to you for one more hour and would enjoy that. Unfortunately, we have no time, but maybe one small question.
Okay, one small question.
If you don't have, then I have one very small. How many volunteers do you have?
We had...
just the number.
225, I think we have registered with the project right now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Now I would like to invite Adriana Kapala. She's a vice president of the Polish Oral History Association and is very interested in digital oral history issues. She is working on her PhD thesis on oral history and community archives at Nicolaus Copernicus University. Today, she will explain the impact of community archives in Polish narratives.
Thank you. Could we start the presentation? Okay.
You should start slideshow.
Maybe it's not here. It's, okay, it's here. Okay. Good afternoon. Firstly, thank you for the invitation to this conference. I would like to shortly introduce institutions which I represent, and also I would like to explain is these connections in title of my paper, Oral History and Community Archives. I'm archivist and historian from Poland. I'm currently working in Center of Community Archives. It is a public institution supporting community archives in Poland. I will talk more about this in the next part of the presentation. At the Doctoral School of Humanities, Theological and Artistic Sciences at the Nicolaus Copernicus University in Toruń, I'm preparing a dissertation on oral history in community archives. And also, I am investigator in the research project titled The Impact of Independent Community Archives. And I'm also a community archivist. I worked in Karta Foundation, Karta Center, and now I am supporting the largest LGBT community archive in Poland. It's Lambda Warsaw Archive. On December this year, we are open a queer museum in Warsaw, so I think the first queer museum in this part of Europe it will be. And today I would like to present you the role of oral history in Poland. My aim is also to identify and understand the social impact of oral history in community archives. In a broader context, this paper is part of an exploration of the role of oral history and community archives in society, public history, teaching of history, and the use of knowledge about the past. Community archives are historical archives created on a grassroots level, commonly organized by foundations and associations, but also by private persons or informal groups. This type of archives differs from other types, especially from state archives. Community archival projects are created from below, which means they have no institutional backup, or at least they had none when they were created. It means that their existence is a result of citizen activity and passion to history and past. An effect of belief that some records or memories are worth preserving, even if state archives do not recognize so. Community archives almost always lack professional archival staff, with only few exceptions. In Poland, we have over 800 community archives right now. On this slide, you can see the register kept, run by Center of Community Archive. There is a map, and also there is a search engine on this site. Archives are located all over Poland, and they are located in small villages and towns and operate also at the commune level. In some part of Poland, archives create support networks. They meet, exchange knowledge, and provide support. And this movement is supported by a state institution. This institution is Center of Community Archives. Center was established in 2020 on the initiative of Karta Center Foundation and the Ministry of Culture and National Heritage to support community archives movement. And how we support community archives. Firstly, we educate both beginners and more experienced archivists how to describe and digitize archive material, how to store the collection, and record oral history interviews, among other things. We run the community collections portal zbioryspołeczne.pl. Now it's only in Polish, but you can find here something about Riga also. I check it today because we have Polish people here, so it's a few interviews here with a Polish minority. So we run the community collection portal where you can browse through thousands of sources shared by community archives from Poland, photographs, documents of everyday life, audio and video recordings. And we developed the Open Archiving System, a free online tool to archive and describe sources currently used by more than 400 community archives. So if you are a community archivist, you work in this open archiving system and you can put it on the community collection portal. We organize meetings and events which serve as a platform for mutual inspiration and exchange of experience. Most notable examples are the Community Archives Congress. Next Congress will be next year in Warsaw. And the Summer School for Community Archives. We promote community archives from whole country, both small and large, run by organizations and individuals alike. And we popularize the idea of a community archive as a way to discover local history and to engage the community to build a strong civil society. We animate the community archive movement with cultural projects, publications, contents, meetings, discussion. We develop a strategy and a textbooks for community archives, which are meant to suggest positive practices in gathering and sharing community collections. For example, last week we published the first oral history textbook in Polish. It's by Marcin Jarząbek, a PhD. He's working on Jagiellonian University in Krakow. We don't have a research department yet, but such a department will probably be created in the future, maybe when I get my PhD. I hope so. And so now I want to present the connection between community archives and oral history and the importance of oral history in Poland. It's a very popular method of researching the past and the history of the 20th century in Poland. Recordings are collected by researchers, universities, libraries, museums, and grassroots initiatives like community archives. It is estimated that about 1/3 of community archives collect recordings, audio and video. Oral histories that are in community archives concern various topics. They are often recordings with the oldest residents, memories of their lives. It's a biographical type of interviews. However, recordings can also concern specific topics or issues such as work in a given profession, belonging to a minority. At this slide, you could see some community archives and institutions from Poland with this oral history collections. In the middle is the oral history archive of the History Meeting House and Karta Center. Is still Poland's largest oral history archive. It contains more than 6,000 biographical interviews recorded in either audio or video formats. They have been digitized, researched, and made available in the History Meeting House multimedia reading room and on the internet. Not all of them, but but some. The first recordings date back to 1987, when the Eastern Archive, initiated by Karta when it was still an underground organization. There is also Grodzka Gate and Theatre Center in Lublin. It's a local government cultural institution. The oral history program, which has been implemented by Grodzka Gate since 1998, consists in registering, preparing and publishing oral accounts regarding Lublin and the Lublin region in times between the interwar period and the present days. It's memories of over 1,600 people. There are over 3,500 hours of interviews here. Most of them recorded in Polish, but yet one finds also accounts recorded in English, French, Italian, Ukrainian. But you can also see a small archive on my right. It's the sound archive of Kcynia. It's a small 4,000 inhabitants city. So how does oral history change the way stories are told? Community archives focus on participation, integration, and fulfill the original postulate of oral history, giving a voice to ordinary people. It can be the history of the village, the stories of women working in the Gdańsk shipyard, or the biographies of Polish jazz artists. In that way, they manage to reconstruct the history of ordinary citizens and engage the community in its activities. As a part of my research, doctoral research and research conducted as a part of the project, The Impact of Independent Community Archives, I try to count community archives, are collected interviews, and try to recognize how they make the interviews, how use it also. Recording interviews affects these archives, but also the communities in which they operate and the practice of history in general. Community archives engage people in engaging with history. Thanks to this, the history becomes closer and concerns a given community. It's our history. An interesting issue is the development of oral history. We do not know the exact number of recordings and projects. In addition, there is the issue of securing recordings. Community archives do not always have the possibility of additional copies. This is a challenge for the future. It's open question how to secure audio and video collection, not only oral history interviews, of course. And to sum up, oral history is one of the main methods used by community archives. The perception of history can change by learning about the voices of so-called ordinary people. The impact of oral history on contemporary history and our understanding of the past still requires research. The impact of community archives is also changing the science, I think. Scientists can support grassroots initiatives. They can support research and give way to small communities that can document their history by themselves. And I want to leave you with the open and, I think, interesting question. What is connection between community archives, folklore archives, private museums, private family collections, and other cultural heritage institutions also? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Adriana. Thank you for being in time. Do we have any questions?
Many thanks for your presentation. You said something about the Karta archive as underground before. I know there was a text by a Budapest author specifying the term underground as very specific to Eastern
Yes,
country.
yes.
A few words about that, and maybe you said something about the interviews in French. I would be curious to know if you know the content and the context in which those other languages, oral history, have been acquired or produced. Many thanks.
Yes, these French interviews are in Grodzka Gate, I guess, but I don't know nothing more about this collection. And underground because of the political change in 1989. So before this political change, the interviews was made in the underground, yes, and because it was about the Soviet Union also. So.
Yeah, naturally. Can you say a few words about the Karta archive in itself?
Yes, it's still the biggest community archive in Poland, the Karta Foundation. The archive is about, it's not only oral history archive, it's also documents, photographs. There is also a small research group, and they made books about books from these interviews and from photographs. And now Karta is struggling with some financial problems, and but we hope so that the Polish government help to secure this kind of activity, because it's still the biggest community archive in Poland. And Karta started this movement in Poland in 2002 when Karta secure a big collection of memoirs, foundation, I guess, in English, and it was the beginning of the whole movement of community archives in Poland. So that is the reason why Karta created my institution, yes, the Center of Community Archives.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else?
Thank you. I'm so very impressed by by the work that your center is doing, and then by the number of community archives in Poland. And my question was, is it so, perhaps I misunderstood, but are you also documenting the community archives as a folk practice in itself? Or
like
no?
Institution, no, and it is one more very important thing, that we, like Center of Community Archive, we do not hold our own collections. It belongs to the community archives. We do not have any archive collections. So, but in this number of 800 community archives, they probably are some folk music archives. So we have a big network of traditional music in Poland, so that may be some kind of folk archives also. Thank you.
Sorry, I had a different question. I was wondering if there's any documentation about all these archives as a folk practice.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't know.
It just struck me that it would be so interesting. Thank you so much.
I will try to find out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Adriana. Our last speaker is Tom Vogel from Israel. He will speak about community-driven tradition, archives, and Yemeni folklore in Israel, where he is a postdoctoral fellow at the Folklore Research Center at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. Currently, he is writing an ethnographic history of Jewish vernacular religion and folk medicine in Yemen.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. I first want to thank the organizers of this wonderful conference, which unfortunately for me I could not attend in person. And also to thank you all for staying to hear the last presentation. I will start with a short note just to put us in the context of the 1950s mass immigration of Jews from Muslim countries to the state of Israel. This immigration was accompanied by various post-immigration ethnographic surveys conducted by Israeli folklorists, aimed to document immigrants' traditions and cultures. Acting according to the devolutionary premise, scholars assumed that Jewish folklore would soon disappear. That was especially so regarding folklore in Judeo-Arabic languages, due to the association of the Arabic language with the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Documented traditions of songs, folk tales, Arabic dialects, customs, and material culture were collected and stored by institutions such as the National Library of Israel and the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. While Middle Eastern ethnic groups in Israel maintain certain aspects of their pre-immigration culture, other elements, notably those related to the Arabic dialects, have almost disappeared. And in the last 2 decades, social process in Israeli society towards multiculturalism, along with technological developments of digitization, have made archive records accessible to communities and descendants of Middle Eastern Jews, and led to an overwhelming turn to the archive, as we know from other places around the world, as a source of reconstructed ethnic identity. So after this short contextualization of the broad process in Israeli society, today I would like to talk about a small micro-scale case focusing on a Jewish community that originated from southern Yemen. It was located around the city of Taiz, you can see here in the map, and its community-driven folk song archive, I was involved in its creation. This peripheral community, which my grandparents originated from, has been on the margins of the large ethnographic surveys conducted in the 1950s and 70s, and thus did not have an institutional archival source to utilize in the social process of renewed ethnic identity through folk traditions. In other words, the starting point of what I'm about to discuss is the lack of archival records, which brought me to try and look for sources to learn about my grandparents' culture. Specifically, I was interested in a form of paraliturgical songs known in Hebrew as piyutim. So, first thing, I discovered that no archival records was not entirely true, as an important collection of recordings from the 70s was collected by the late scholar Ephraim Yaakov, himself originated from this lower Yemeni community, with whom I worked on cataloging the collection of about 200 archival records. I then compared the recordings with the poem's text found in manuscripts and written usually in a mixture of Hebrew and Judeo-Arabic. And you can see it here, it's the letters seem like the Hebrew letters, it's the Hebrew script, but the language is an Arabic dialect. This connection between the melody and text allowed me to detect the unique elements of this specific tradition in comparison to other Yemeni singing styles. And I just want to let you hear a short example of these recordings that we cataloged. So on the left, you can see the text and now the melody. Okay, sorry, it's I have a short amount of time. It was a wedding song for dance. Anyway, after Ephraim's passing, I conducted additional interviews with Yemeni informants in order to expand my database and to receive additional information on the song's social context. And finally, I summarized these preliminary findings in a Hebrew paper I wrote for a journal that deals with Yemeni heritage. So far, what I did before the community got involved in the study. After the paper was published, I was contacted by a man called Ofer Sharabi, which, like me, is of Lower Yemeni origins. And Ofer and I became very good friends very soon, connected by our shared love to our ancestors' culture. And we spent many hours together learning and singing these songs. Together, we made more efforts in collecting song recordings, expanding the database, and hoping to document all forms of the community's musical heritage, including prayers and liturgical texts of the main holidays. However, while my own work mainly centered around research in the academic sphere, Ofer slowly gathered a growing group of Lower Yemen fans, like us, eventually creating a community of about 100 people, which became a site for discussions and debates on various cultural aspects, and, most importantly, a source for many new recordings added to our database, usually from old tape recordings found in people's home. Finally, this community archive, located simply on a Google Drive platform, grew to contain about 1,000 archival records, covering almost all known forms of these songs, all of the major prayers of the Jewish year, and most of the space of Lower Yemen, where records were divided into geographical subgroups and cataloged by origin and performer name. And it was now actually a database with many owners, and questions on how to manage it began to arise. So here you can see some of the files divided to the geographical subgroups of our database. After we noticed that the complexity of the melodies, and especially the Arabic dialects that most people don't speak anymore, were major setbacks for the members of the group to learn the songs, we established regular meetings, usually taking place in small synagogues across the country, in which we read and sing the songs. So this is, in short, the project stage up until now. I mean, this is the where we stand as of today. And following this, I would like to share with you some thoughts I have on the research in its present form, which I think about in terms of collaborative ethnography. Luc Lassiter, in his Guide to Collaborative Ethnography, wrote, and I quote, "While collaboration is central to the practice of ethnography, realizing a more deliberate and explicit collaborative ethnography implies resituating collaborative practice at every stage of the ethnographic process, from fieldwork to writing and back again. Indeed, positioning the work on our database and the community gathered around it as a collaborative endeavor means that the very stages of research should have a collaborative aspect. Different members of the group have different purposes, and while they sometimes intersect, they can be also quite opposite sometimes. This can affect on subjects central to the management of the database. Where should it be kept? How should it be cataloged? And in what ways should it be accessible online? And the question of copyrights of different recordings in it. One promising direction that we are now checking is to incorporate our database in the large Piyut website, which you can see here, in the National Library. It's a large collection of Piyutim, this kind of para-liturgical songs from across the world. And this platform has many advantages, but still it will lack the framing and subdivisions of this distinct community. So we're still debating on this. Additionally, if one of my own goals is to finally write some sort of research on this musical tradition, so my question is, where should I publish it? In what language should I write it? So people of the group would could read it. And this expresses tension between my research and the other members. And one prominent example is the subject of gender separation. That is very strictly kept in this social setting. You can see here there are no women. This was specifically interesting because in my research I came across many evidence for women singing these typically men songs in Yemen, suggesting that the reality of daily life in Yemen was more complex than modern day Jewish Orthodox norms. And additionally, when I was involved in various activities that included women singers, this was criticized by some of the members of this group. So these, in short, were just a few examples of the complexity of engaging in field research in this kind of project. At this stage, many of the questions remain unsolved, open, and it will be interesting to see how the project develops in the future. We continue our regular meetings in which we learn and sing the songs. And just for a conclusion, let's see a short documentation from one of these gatherings. It's a documentation that in turn also goes back to the database. So you can see me on the left and Ofer sitting on the far right. So let's just hear 1 minute and I will finish the presentation. Okay, that's it for now. Thank you for listening. I will be very happy to hear your thoughts.
Let's wait for the Tom. Hello. Thank you for your presentation. Do we have questions? I have actually one. I was thinking about your ethnographic collaboration, and do you have any comments on how to be involved and actually not to be involved at the same time, to keep a distance as a researcher? So what do you think about that, and did you have any issues on this?
Thank you for the question. Actually, I have a previous experience with this kind of situation. So sometimes problems can occur. For example, when I'm very harshly criticized by some of the members of the group. And of course, when people read what I write, and they can have their own ideas about this material. But I must say that generally people let's say they accept my place as a researcher and they appreciate it, and they want to learn from this position that I'm in. So, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, I think it's always very, very complicated.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I was wondering about the gender separation and the fact that that's probably influenced by the Orthodox Jewish community, or the integration of Yemenite Jews in the community. Does it mean that they were not, like, the practice historically was not, it was not as separated, or just men and women had different repertoires, or would they be singing for each other and dancing and, you know, other things?
Thank you. It was very strictly separated in Yemen. The difference is that daily life, especially in very small places, would mean that if you hear a woman sings, it's not a woman, it's your aunt or your grandmother. So it's a bit more personal. So these kind of daily life situations could happen in these small rural communities. And in Israel nowadays, as you said, the ultra-Orthodox norms, people find it hard to imagine their grandfather, their religious authority, and their ideal image listening to a woman sings. But yeah, the reality was a bit different.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Thank you very much. And I have just one
pragmatic question. I noticed both in the video and in some of the pictures, people playing kind of box-like objects. And I was just wondering, are there like box-shaped drums, or are they boxes that are used in this context as a musical instrument?
Thank you. Yes, it's a tin box. It was traditionally used because the community in Yemen did not play musical instruments, so they allowed themselves to use this kind of improvised drum. So today in Yemen, it's not in Yemen, sorry, in Israel, it's kind of a symbol of the Yemeni culture, this tin can.
Thank you. And let's thanks Tom again.
Thank you.
I think that's it. Rita, do we have any closing remarks or what?
Thank you very much for chairing this session, Eva, and thanks everyone for your strengths. We are almost at the end. I really want to thank everyone who presented, who gave questions, who chaired, and so on, who were streaming. So thank you very much to our streaming team. Right now, we are going just to the leisure part over the river. For those who would prefer walking, my colleagues Eileen and Justine in the back there will meet you here, yes? Or on the top floor, no, the cloakroom level, in just 5 minutes or something, yes? If some prefer bus, you can just take one stop across the river. Yeah, that's it, and see you for a chilled evening. Thanks.